Morning, everyone. Good morning. Let's settle down. Welcome to the MSLTA Development Workshop. First of all, happy Women's Day. So let's give a big round of applause to all the women here and everywhere. They make the world move. They make all of us move. So I think we should celebrate the Women's Day in a big way. On Women's Day itself, MSLTA has organized a great for parents. Part of MSLTA Place Development Workshop. Today we are going to have 4 esteemed people in their own fields. They will be presenting to us and helping us as parents and players as a group to hone and to make better our relationship with our children as players and make sure that there's a wholesome development when we play tennis and any sport that they will ever pursue. Today I would like to start by welcoming Hemant Bendre. He's the coach of coaches in tennis. He's the best thing we have in India. He's tutor to coaches. He's ITF certified. He's everything in the world. Please welcome Hemant Bendre onto the dais. I would like and request Hemant sir, as we call him, to talk a few words about what MSLTA wants to do and their visions.
Good morning. The whole concept was, I think, initiated by Sundar and taken up by Radhika. We always thought as coaches, the involvement of parents, making them knowledgeable so that their involvement becomes fruitful for their kids. I think as a coach for last 35 years, I have seen parents, maybe they are not the part of the team many times. Some parents are, but many of them are not part of the team. And if we want our players to do well, if we want our players to be successful in life, not only in tennis, then their relationship with parents is very important. And as coaches, we have to help it. So we thought of this concept where how to go about helping your player to be a competitive tennis player. Now, competitive tennis player is not only to play tennis, it is just to be competitive in life. Because in the end, that skill is going to be required in any field of life. So Radhika came up with this project and she has brought few experts with her and she will take, maybe not I'll say advice, but she'll have a suggestion for parents, how to go about it, how to help your players, and what is the focus of, what should be the focus of parents. So I'll welcome Radhika to come on the dais.
I will request Hemant sir to felicitate Radhika. So let me introduce Radhika. She's been a national level player. She's an elite coach. She's played as a player and a coach on all the international stage. She was the first Indian woman ever to be invited and present at the Worldwide Coaches Conference in Egypt in 2011. She's the only Indian women's Fed Cup coach taking India to 2 World Group playoffs in 2020 and 2025. She's also the first Indian woman to be certified the ITF Level 3 Elite Coach. She's currently the national tutor for the Coaches Education Workshop and is mentoring the top women tennis players of this country. Please welcome Radhika Tulpule.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Women's Day to us. Thank you, MSLTA, Hemant sir, and I think it's a great initiative where parents and kids can come together and connect better, which will help them to improve their tennis and become better individuals in life. So, yeah, today I'm going to talk about the pathway of how a tennis player can go from a junior player right up to becoming a professional player. So as you can see, the long-term athlete development, I think LTAD, everybody must have already come across this term a lot. We have 5 stages of LTAD. So the first one is the foundation stage where the kid actually picks up a tennis racket. The second, we move on to the development stage, performance stage, high performance, and being a professional tennis player. So in the foundation stage, this is the beginning of the child's physical literacy journey. So the focus should be in making tennis active. The fun element is an important aspect in the foundation level. And tennis has to become a daily routine of the child. When we move on to the development stage, at this stage, it is important to have a good sound technique, as well as introduction to competitive tactics, because the children will start playing tournaments. You know, in Maharashtra, tournaments start right from the age of under 8. So I feel honestly that tactical play should be introduced, because the kids are going to start playing competitive matches and tournaments in this stage. Sorry, I think I moved up. When they reach the third stage, which is performance, normally it is around this age that the game style, what game style the child is going to play, is kind of determined at this age bracket. So it is very important to develop a particular game style for each player, because that is how the player is going to play. You know, like a baseliner, aggressive baseliner is not going to suddenly become a serve and volleyer. So if he's going to be an aggressive baseliner, he should be an aggressive baseliner by the age of 14. So it helps in the later stages of high performance, where keeping that game style of the player, there are going to be specific training to improve him further and further, which will help his or her performance. In the high performance stage, periodization plays a very important part, where the coach comes into play. So the periodization plan is more detailed and specific again to the player's age, to the number of matches he or she has played, probably to his or her favorite surface as well, because that also needs to be considered, and the further development opportunities. When we move into the professional stage of a player, this stage, it demands a real focus on the process through where outcomes are important. So result is also important, but at the same time, everybody is still focusing on the process. Specific improvements and adaptations are required in the professional stage, because the players are now playing different, more experienced players, and they need to adapt to the different game styles of their opponents. Importance of match play. So why match play? Why do the kids need to play matches? So match play, in my opinion, it's a very unique training environment, where it is the only place where emotions, unpredictability, and the real life decision making in tennis really happens. So when you're practicing drills, when you practice every day, when you're doing drills, for me, I feel it's a very closed situation. The same when you go and the kids are playing matches, it's an open situation, where the skills that they have learned in their daily practice, they need to be performed when they are playing matches in a live situation. So it is truly just, it's more than winning and losing, I feel. And the scoreboard is only a part of it, part of the story. The real value is hidden in the lessons that the kids actually learn from playing matches. Every match teaches you something, whether you have lost or you have won. So it sharpens, how does it help them? It sharpens their decision-making power, where they have to make decisions really quickly in split seconds, where whether they want to defend, whether they want to attack that ball, whether they want to change direction. So these decisions the kids have to take very quickly. So that decision making, it is this decision making which will also help them later in life when they come across certain decisions that they would need to take. So match situations can also stir up a lot of emotions and a mix of nerves, excitement, frustration and joy. So learning to manage all these emotions is one of the valuable skills tennis offers. I think my following lecture, Mr. Swaroop will be coming, who I'm sure will stress on this a lot more, because that is his expertise. Now, when we talk about emotional control and pressure management and mental toughness, so a child, I feel, who can keep their composure, let's say, when he or she is playing a tie break, is also learning how to stay calm before the exam. So that is that tennis is going to teach them that. Tennis teaches them that. So, or it can be any high pressure moment that life throws at them. So it is because of this tennis match play situations that they learn to handle pressure, they learn to take decisions in life. When we talk about life skills such as discipline and handling success and failure, I think that handling success and failure is a very important aspect, where when the child starts competing at an under 8 event or an under 10 event, he or she experiences handling success and failures. In a tennis player's life, I think we lose more than we win, at least in my experience. So what we learn from that failure is what is going to help us achieve greatness. So that's a very big part where I feel that kids are exposed to handling success and failure from a very young age. This is the ITF recommended match volumes. It's just a guideline for you to go through. We have the age of the player. We have the recommended tournaments per year that he or she should compete. We also have the recommended matches that the child should play every year depending upon their age, and also what the focus should be at that age group. So if you see, you can just go through it. And when I say matches during the year, it can be just playing a match with your friend also. That's a match. So it doesn't always have to be a tournament, because it's 10 to 15. If you see the first one, it is 10 to 15 weeks, so 10 to 15 tournaments, but 40 to 50 singles matches. So if your child is, maybe if he's not performed that well, which usually happens, because the tennis player's graph is always up and down. There are going to be some, first round losses, second round losses, some where they've gone and won the tournament. So when I talk about matches, number of matches, the third column there, it also contributes to match play amongst your friends. So that is something which I truly believe that as coaches we should encourage more match play, so that the kids get that experience of playing a match. So are you okay with this slide, or anybody wants to note something down? Or these are just the guidelines, so it gives you an idea as to, according to the age, how many tournaments and matches a child should play. So the various associations which conduct tournaments in Maharashtra, you have the PMDTA, which everybody is aware of, the Pune district. You have the MSLTA, our state association. You have AITA, which conducts tournaments at national level. You have the Asian Tennis Federation, which you have the Asian under 14 and 16 tournaments happening. You have the ITF, followed by the WTA and the ATP. The ITF also has your under 18 junior events as well as the certain categories of men's and women's tournaments as well. So I'm now going to guide you as to what happens at each association, because with every association you have to, there is a registration process, there is a process of sending an entry, there is a process of probably different entry deadlines and withdrawal deadlines. There are different categories of tournaments. So for each of these associations, it is different. So I'm just going to take you through each of them so that we get a clear understanding of how it goes up the ladder. So we'll start with PMDTA. You have the annual registration fee of 800 rupees per player. It is valid for 1 calendar year, and it can be done through the online portal, which is pmdta.org. Once you have registered, then on the website you will see the tournament gets listed. You go through the tournaments, you select which one you want to play, you submit the entry through the official website. After that, the entry fees for PMDTA tournaments, I think all of you all are aware, they have a QR code. So you got to pay the entry fees on the QR code before the tournament, before the deadline. Normally, the tournament categories for PMDTA, we have bronze series where the entry fee is around 600 rupees, and you have the gold series where the entry fee is 800 rupees. The PMDTA tournaments, the age group starts from under 8, so 8, 10, 12, right up to 14. The ranking systems, if we talk about, so the AITA ranking, if a player has a AITA ranking, it is always considered the first, followed by the MSLTA ranking. PMDTA ranking is considered if the player doesn't have any AITA ranking or MSLTA ranking. And for your PMDTA ranking. So I think everybody is quite aware about PMDTA tournaments. Next, we move on to the MSLTA. Similar structure. The annual fee for MSLTA is 1,250 rupees, again through the online portal. Validity is again 1 year. We have a similar process where you're going to see the tournament calendar on their website. You decide which tournament you want to play and enter through days before the start of the tournament, whereas the withdrawal deadline for all MSLTA tournaments is 3 days before the start. The entry list, you should be able to get the entry list on the MSLTA website after the entries deadline is over. The ranking system for MSLTA is the top 8 players qualified for 2 MSLTA camps which are conducted every year, MSLTA Masters tournament as well, and scholarship awards are awarded to the top 3 players of each category. So when we talk about MSLTA, it is up to under 10. Now we come to AITA. The player registration for AITA is 4,780 rupees, again through their website, and only the validity of AITA registration is 2 years. The documents that are needed at the time of registration, you need 2 proofs of date of birth. which can be a photocopy of your birth certificate and maybe a school bona fide certificate as well. Passport copy is also, I think, recognized as one of the documents. Similar structure, I think AITA hosts tournaments right from under 10, some under 10 tournaments, right up to men's and women's. So if you go on the AITA tennis.com website, you have a whole big calendar with lots and lots of tournaments. So it's a pretty easy process for those who are starting out to play AITA tournaments or maybe some higher ranking, higher category of AITA tournaments. But again, the entry deadline is different for this one. So that is something which as parents you guys need to be aware of. Entry deadline is 3 weeks before prior of the main draw, and the withdrawal deadline is 1 week before. For age groups, like I said, the tournament structure, you have different categories where you have start with talent series, where the entry fee is 400 rupees. You move on to championship series, which is the next level, followed by the super series, national series, and 2 nationals for each age group are conducted, one on hard court and one on clay court every year for all the age groups. Now, for AITA tournaments, the states are divided into zones. We obviously fall in the West Zone, and the states which are in the West Zone are Maharashtra, Gujarat, Goa, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Rajasthan. So talent series tournaments are the ones which can be played only in our zone. So somebody who's, let's say, graduating from PMDTA to MSLTA to now playing AITA tournaments, if they want to start with talent series tournaments, then initially they have to they can only play in the West Zone. This is a very good guideline. I'm not sure if parents have gone through it or aware of it, but I think it's an important one. Maximum number of tournaments allowed to be played. So for under 12, 18 tournaments is what is allowed to be played. For 14, it is 25 tournaments. For under 16, it is maximum of 30 tournaments, and under 18 tournaments have no restrictions. So personally, I feel this is a good guideline. Sometimes we see, sometimes we come across parents where if the child is winning, let's say in an under 12 tournament, they are a little hesitant to move up and go to the next level. But they want to win a few more titles of the same category. So I think if we are talking about the long-term development of the player, then it's very important that we move him up where the different categories of tournaments that we spoke about. So if he's winning championship series, he or she very comfortably, let's move him up to, playing the next level of tournaments and see how he performs, because he's getting better matches, getting to play with better players, and that's how we, even the coaches and the entire team can gauge his performance. Sometimes it can happen that you're going for nationals and the player needs a little bit more match practice before he heads on to play the nationals. Then we can make him play maybe a lower level tournament so that he's going to perform better. That means he's going to get more match practice before he heads out to go and play the nationals. So these are the things I think parents should be aware of when we are really looking at the long-term development of the child and not just results at that stage. The ranking rules for the professional circuit, it is best of 8 tournaments in a year, and the points which they get from ATP, WTA and ITF, they are converted as well. Junior circuit also, it is the best of 8 singles results plus 25% of your doubles results are also added. This is a little too technical and too informative, but I think it's important for parents to know this. This is a very important part which I would again like to stress on a little bit, the ATF. The ATF conducts tournaments for the age group under 14 and under 16. So again the registration, it is a ATF ID registration of $42. it can be registered through their website. Please, I would suggest, please take a note of this website, because it's not like pmdta.org or mslta. It's a little different website where it says it's atf.hitcourt.com. So it's a different website, but make sure all our players register for that, because the beauty of playing ATF under 14 and 16 tournaments is they have a different format. So once the player qualifies and gets into the main draw of these tournaments, they are guaranteed to play 5 singles matches even if they lose early. So once he qualifies and gets on, then Monday to Friday, he will have a singles match every single day. So even if he's lost on a Tuesday, he has to play a singles match on a Wednesday, on a Thursday, and a Friday. So it's not our standard format of knockout tournaments. So when we talk about the number of matches, you know, this is where we have a big advantage here, and I honestly don't think parents are aware of this, but this is something which we all should really take the benefit of, because all the other tournaments the player plays is a knockout tournament. So you're done, you are lose first round, you're done with the tournament, but not here. So it's 5 days singles. So if you're traveling 2 weeks, so you're 10 matches in 2 weeks. Only condition is initially, yes, our players will have to qualify and get into the main draw of those events, and then you have 5 matches every day. So I think this is a very, very important where our kids must play. And even if you see the calendar outside, like to go and play abroad for international exposure, the tournaments are such listed that there are 2 back-to-back tournaments always. So you're not going 1 week and coming back. So if you're going, let's say Sri Lanka or Brunei or Thailand, where you want where you want our kids to get that Asian exposure, then it's always 2 back-to-back tournaments. So the schedule is done in such a way that the kids can really maximize. So do register for this ATF tournaments, and I think we all should take the benefit of that. Just one more thing to remember in this, I think you can go through the slide over here about the deadlines and this thing. There are different categories of tournament, category A, category 1, 2 and 3. As you can see, A and 1 have hospitality, so that's a lot of saving, financial saving for parents as well. If the boy or girl qualifies, then he gets hospitality till he's in the tournament. Category 2 doesn't have hospitality, but again, it's a great format where the kids are going to get to play a lot of matches. The ATF, we are going to move up a little early, but the ATF subscription is separate from the ITF IPIN that we call it. So I'll go to the IPIN later, but it is advisable for parents to do a ITF IPIN earlier before creating a ATF ID, because then they have all the data. And now players also get their, I think you are aware of the UTR and the WTN number. Is everyone aware of that? So UTR and WTN number are, you get UTR and WTN numbers, which is helpful for your US scholarship admissions. You know, a lot of players go as undergrad on tennis scholarships to the US. So these two, the UTR number and the WTN number which you get after playing ATF events also now, it was not there I think previously, but now it's included in the ATF as well. It will also help in college tennis admissions. We move to the ITF juniors. Again, this is the ITF IPIN annual membership, $60 through the website again. Tournaments under the ITF category, they fall into ITF juniors, that is under 18, a few categories of men's and a few categories of women's tournaments as well. The IPIN subscription again is a 1-year subscription. How do you enter for these tournaments? Again, you make your IPIN, you log in through your IPIN account, and it's again through the portal that you will enter the tournament. The deadlines again are a little different if you have a look for ITF tournaments. The withdrawal deadlines are also different, so 27 days and withdrawal are 13 days for for the ITF juniors. These are the different categories of tournaments, the highest one being the Junior Grand Slams. Then you have J500, J300, J200, J100, J60 and J30. So now ITF juniors, obviously you don't get any prize money, but these tournaments are the number of points that you get. So a J500, the winner gets 500 points. So it's based on the points that you will get. Then we move to the ITF men's and women's. Again, you got to have a pro IPIN for this because you are now moved up playing professional tennis. There is a mandatory education that every player needs to do when they register themselves for a women's or ITF pro IPIN. The entry procedure again is the same. You use your IPIN to get online and check the calendar. The entry deadlines, if you see, are 18 days. So a little bit of just for you guys to keep in mind that, I mean, if I were a parent, then I need to make sure that all these categories, the entry deadlines are different. So I need to keep a tab on that each time my child progresses because it's not the same everywhere. So that is one thing that I think as parents you need to know, and you need to do a little bit of studying or reading about it so that it's easier to send the entries and withdrawals on time. When we talk about ITF women's, you have again these categories in the women's where W100, W75, W50, W35 and W15. In the men's you have M25 and M15. So these are the tournaments. Since these are professional tournaments, yes, you do earn, every player earns prize money. So these categories are based on the total prize money that each tournament has. Next, the final WTA and ATP. Again, WTA player registration is again different. It has to be done through a WTA player zone. ATP as well, you need to register via their online portal. WTA entry is 3 to 6 weeks before the event. Withdrawal is 13 days. ATP tour. Now the WTA 125, WTA 250, WTA 500, 1000, WTA finals and the Grand Slams are the categories which fall under WTA, and they don't fall under the ITF, men's or women's. And similarly for the ATP tour, it is ATP 250, ATP 500, ATP Masters 100 events. So they don't fall under ITF events as well. They are the ATP events. Ranking system, if you see for WTA and ATP, it is best 18 tournaments for singles and 12 for doubles for the WTA. And for ATP, it is best 18 tournaments plus the ATP finals if the player has qualified to play that ATP finals. In order to get a WTA ranking, okay, when girls are just starting out, they need to earn ranking points in at least 3 tournaments to get a WTA ranking. This is an important slide. So importance of parents in a child's competitive career. You can go through these points one by one, but for me, I'm going to highlight the ones which I thought are the most important. I think as parents, we should always celebrate the effort our child has put in and not the outcome. The emphasis should always be on the effort that the child has put in and not the result. Your body language as parents, your reactions when you're watching the match are also very important because the kids are watching. Nowadays the kids are so smart, we all know that. So it's very important how we present ourselves when we are talking and to our children. uh, from our reactions, the kid actually learns or the child actually learns as much as they learn from the instructions of their coaches. So this is where I think we play a very, very crucial part. And over time, these habits will not only, will help your child become not only a better tennis player, but also a more self-aware, a more independent and a confident person in life. Financial and logistical, that's a big part. That is totally the parents' uh, department, I can say. So that is something which they need to look at. Again, we already said focus on the effort. So think about the long term rather than the short term. So like at the end of my career, for example, today nobody asks me how many under 10 and 12 titles I won. They all want to know how many ladies titles I won. So that's just a path that everybody has to take. But the real this thing is going up and playing professional tennis. So these are just achievements on the way, like you have in school. You know, your 10th standard marks are more is what people ask. Ki board mein kitne mile, board mein kitne mile. First, second, nobody bothers how many marks you get. So it's a very similar situation here. So as parents, we need to keep in mind the long-term development of the child always. Over involvement is another thing, because I think nowadays parents and even the children are exposed to so much information. Some of it is right, some of it is useless. But as parents, we need to always find that balance and try not to get over involved in the child's tennis. Because again, at the end of the day, you want him to take decisions on her own, on his own, and grow as individuals. Coordination with the coach for structured planning, yes, especially when I spoke about periodization. At that age, it is very important that you are in sync with the coaches, and a proper periodization and structured planning is done for the benefit of the players. So at the end, I'm just going to end the slide with two quotes, one for the kids and one for the parents. So for the kids, a champion is defined not by their wins, but how they can recover when they fall, which happens a lot in a tennis player's life. And for parents, there is no such thing as a perfect parent, so just be a real one. Thank you so much.
We'll have a quick question answer session. I'm sure as parents, we have a lot of questions. We are lucky to have Hemant sir and Radhika ma'am here to answer these questions for us. I'm going to have a roaming mic as well. We will start off some questions. If you have a question, just raise your hand. We'll get the mic to you and you can ask your questions. Okay? Just let us set this up. Thank you.
Hello. So, to begin with, thank you, Radhika. That was extremely helpful and informative. So, we have a lot of parents here. Can I just have a show of hands? Who of them are parents of around 12 to 14-year-olds who are above 14, 12 to 14 or below 12? Okay, okay. Above, between 12 and 14? All right. And above 14, playing 16 and everything. Okay, fantastic. So we have a nice mix of people here. I would like to start very initial in your presentation. You had a question about game styles, and you try to figure out your game styles by the time you're 14 is something that you were trying to tell us. Is this a decision that is easy to make, game styles?
It's not an easy decision, but we normally say that depending upon how the child thinks, depending upon their technique and everything, by the age of 14, how he or she is going to play the game style needs to be set, because it is very difficult to change the game style after that. So after that, once the game style is set, then it's only about adaptation according to the various opponents that you are going to play. So as coaches, I think personally for me, I always have in mind that by the age of 14, I should teach the player a particular game style according to his or her strengths or weaknesses in mind.
Hemant sir, would you like to add? Because the question that I had this because is even as 14, they are growing in strength, they're growing in height. Will that impact the game style as well?
Basically, for kids, मला मुलांना सांगायचं आहे, don't think too much about consistency and keeping the ball in play and trying to win matches. Please ते करू नका. I have never seen a player who has been very consistent and then won a nationals. नाही. असे प्लेयर होत नाहीत. Maybe they are consistent, their coaches focus on consistency, but that the main reason is to muscle memorize your stroke. त्याचा ॲक्च्युअल टेनिसचा उपयोग काही नाही आहे मॅचमध्ये. मॅचमध्ये प्रॅक्टिसचा उपयोग आहे, ज्याच्यात तुमचा एन्ड्युरन्स वाढेल, तुमची मसल मेमरी वाढेल. बट डोंट थिंक कन्सिस्टन्सी शुड बी अ गेम स्टाईल टू विन अ मॅच. Not for Indians. Indians have to learn to play attacking tennis, play from near the baseline, and trying to generate speed to win matches. We cannot last Europeans with rallying. So for kids, I'm trying again सांगतो तुम्हाला की तुम्ही मॅच मारून हरला चालेल, आत ठेवून जिंकू नका मॅच. दॅट इज नॉट अ गुड वे. ओके, ठीक आहे, बॉल अपोनेंटने चांगला मारला, यू गिव अ गुड रिस्पॉन्स. अपोनने डीप मारला, तुम्ही डीप मारला, ठीक आहे, पण अपोनंट जेव्हा शॉर्ट बॉल देतो किंवा जेव्हा चान्स देतो, आय वॉन्ट यू टू अटॅक अँड लूज, नो प्रॉब्लेम. आणि पेरेंट्स शुड सपोर्ट. पेरेंट्सला नेहमी होता, रे तू त्या बॉलला चुकला म्हणून मॅच हरला. नाही नाही नाही, त्या चुकांना तुम्ही एनकरेज करा, काही फरक नाही पडत आहे. तेच प्लेयर जे बॉल मारतात, द प्लेयर्स हू हिट द बॉल विल इन द एंड बी अ लॉंग टर्म प्लेयर. आणि मेन्स आणि विमेन्समध्ये तेच प्लेयर जिंकलेत. माझ्याकडे खूप कन्सिस्टंट प्लेयर होते. मी पण आधी इनिशियली करिअरमध्ये आय यूज टू टॉक अबाउट अ रॅली ऑफ 100. बट दोज प्लेयर्स हू कुड रॅली 100 वेन नेवर एवर प्लेयर्स above 16. Above 18 they went down. In men's and women's they went down. So if you are thinking about men's and women's, think about speed, think about hitting. चुका करायलाच पाहिजे प्लेयरनी. चुका केल्याशिवाय प्लेयर होणारच नाही आहे. So let them make mistakes. Let them play a little bit aggressive. We Indians should be aggressive. आपल्याकडे aggressive players नाही आहे. So please players think about hitting the ball and losing the match. It's okay. मॅचेस खूप आहेत, आयुष्यभर आहेत मॅचेस. प्रत्येक मॅचमध्ये आपण फिअरलेस खेळता आलं पाहिजे. अँड द ओनली फिअरलेस टेनिस प्लेयर इन इंडिया हॅव सीन इज सानिया मिर्झा. अँड शी इव्हन टू बी वर्ल्ड नंबर 1. लक्षात ठेवा, असा प्लेयर नव्हता की ती घाबरायचीच नाही बॉल मारायला. मॅच पॉईंट डाऊन, मॅच पॉईंट अप, शी वॉज नॉट बॉदर्ड. शी हॅड अ फिअरलेस इन्स्टिंक्ट. तर ते आपल्या प्लेअरमध्ये आपल्याला डेव्हलप करता आले तरच आपण होणार नाहीत, आपले प्लेयर होणार नाहीत. ओके,
दॅट इज अमेझिंग ॲडवाईस. त्याला हेमंत सर आम्ही म्हणूनच म्हणतो, कारण त्यांचा व्ह्यू पॉईंटच टोटली वेगळा आहे. अँड he has made sure that the landscape of Indian tennis has changed a lot. We are lucky and fortunate to have the Secretary of MSLT also with us. Sundar Iyer sir, please welcome Sundar Iyer sir. I would ask him to quickly tell about MSLTA and please join us.
Thank you very much. First of all, a very happy Women's Day to all the women here, the kids, everyone. And I think we are very proud to have Radhika with us here today to host this nice little conference. I think this actually is the need of the hour because most of the parents are lost, don't know what to do so many times, and there is a big gap, communication gap between the administrators and the parents. So thank you to Hemant sir for initiating this, to PMDTA and also MSLTA for doing this kind of a lovely program. This is the start of it. We plan to do many more follow-up like this later on. We started this in Pune, but I am sure that we will do it in all the other cities in Maharashtra. So I think you can continue with this and then I can take on.
Thank you so much, Sundar sir. Does anybody have a question? We can get the mic to you so you can ask your own questions. The mic. Just raise your hand so we can bring the mic to you.
Hello. Ma'am, my daughter is 16 years old. Now, in this journey, we have been hearing now about college tennis. So I think this was not touched upon in your session a little bit. We don't know the journey about it, whether it is good, bad, or how to take it forward, what are division, what are conferences. And so a little bit light on how to take the college tennis journey. Or is it good or bad for Indians as such?
So you want some more information about college tennis?
Yeah. Some light about it, means how to go about it and the journey.
To be very honest, I will share what I know. I have not studied the college tennis path that much, but there are now different companies who are helping out kids, and I believe they are signing up kids right at the age of 15, as young as 15, and they help you out with what the process is, and they help you with the admissions in the university. Now, only one big change which even a couple of years back I was also surprised was initially when we were playing, the players who were kind of stagnant, not going up the rankings and just, they were the ones who took college admissions and went on a scholarship. But now those who played along with me, they all have found, they're not doing anything in tennis, but they have found jobs and they are well settled in the US or anywhere else in the world. But now where things have changed is our top athletes are going for college tennis, where Siddhant Bantia has gone, Rutuja Bhosle has gone. But I think they went with a very clear vision that they are going to do 4 years of undergrad and they are going to come back and start playing professional tennis. So that mindset for them was very clear. So I personally feel that those 4 years that they go for college tennis, they are exposed to a lot of tennis, they are exposed to really good facilities there as well. So, but they go with a clear mindset that they are going to come back and start playing pro. So earlier that was not the case, because I think Siddhant was the first one when I heard that he's going, and I was like, you're top in the country, why are you going? So, I mean, that's the explanation he gave me, that he wants to come back and play pro. So I think that's the path that a lot of players are taking now.
Very important for all parents. American scholarship was always a dream, okay? Normally the fees per year are between 20 lakhs to 30 lakh, 35 lakhs per year in US for scholarships. Their educational system is good. How to get these scholarships? Normally it was through ITF rankings. So once you get some ITF ranking, you have to send your videos to the coaches there. and if your ranking is good, they used to give you scholarship. That was till maybe 2-3 years back. My students used to go through ITF ranking. Nowadays, it has been very clear with UTR and WTN. Heje ranking, I think she spoke about in Asian tournaments, and Sundar is trying to get it in Indian tournaments also. So if you get UTR or WTN number, as your number rises, your scholarships, normally the coaches are looking at that number from US. So it is easier to get scholarships. So think about playing those Asian tournaments and trying to get, and the ITF tournaments, by which you will get this rank, UTR number and WTN number. हे एकदा झालं तर तुमचे स्कॉलरशिप्स तरी मिळतात. म्हणजे maybe you will not get 100%, good players will get 100, some players will get 80, it can come up to 50 to 60, but you get enough scholarships where your stay is covered, your education is covered, and your tennis is covered. So हे फार सुंदर आहे. ही प्रोसेस छान आहे. तुमचे 1 कोटी रुपये वाचतात 4 वर्षाला. You get a good degree from a good college if you are a good player in number or ranking. Secondly, what you have to, आता असं चालू झालं आहे की even colleges are paying the players to play. Scholarship तर देतातच आहेत. आता दक्षिणेश्वर सुरेश तुम्ही माहिती असेल, त्याला 1 कोटी रुपये दिले टू प्ले टुर्नामेंट्स, कॉलेजने दिलेत टू प्ले प्रोफेशनल टुर्नामेंट्स. द ओनली थिंग इज ही हॅज टू प्ले फॉर द कॉलेज. सो इफ यू आर अ गुड प्लेयर, दे आर नाव द इन्सेंटिवाइज, त्यांनी एवढं देत आहेत की चांगला प्लेयर असेल तरी फायदा आहे. इवन इफ यू थिंक यू वॉन्ट टू हॅव एक्सपोजर आउटसाइड, इट इज अ फॅन्टॅस्टिक थिंग. सो गेटिंग युअर स्कॉलरशिप्स इज वन ऑफ द वे टू गो फॉरवर्ड. त्यामुळे या गोष्टीकडे लक्ष ठेवा. जस्ट यू हॅव टू मेक शुअर की त्यांची एंट्रन्स काय सॅट आहे, SAT आहे, त्याचं थोडं प्रिपरेशन करायला लावा. प्रिव्हियसली द रूल वॉज की ॲटलिस्ट आउट ऑफ 9th to 12th मध्ये 2 years मॅथ्स पाहिजे होतं. बट आय एम नॉट शुअर अबाउट द रूल नाव. सो आय यूज टू ऑलवेज टेल माय प्लेयर्स 9th and 11th टेक मॅथ्स, 10th कंपल्सरी असतं, 12thला नाही घेतलं तरी चालेल, पण 11thला घ्या मॅथ्स. बिकॉज NCAचा काहीतरी तेव्हा रूल होता. आय थिंक दे हॅव इज द रूल नाव. सो यू कॅन टॉक टू ऑल दिस एजन्सीज की बाबा काय रूल आहे आत्ताचा, आणि त्यानुसार तुमच्या मुलाला 9वीपासून यू हॅव टू स्टार्ट ट्रेनिंग. बट इट इज अ फॅन्टॅस्टिक वे फॉर टेनिस अँड ऑल्सो फॉर द प्लेयर्स करिअर. तो कशातही करिअर बनवेल, पण त्याचं करिअर चांगलं होईल. सो तुम्ही तुमचे पैसे वाचवता आणि प्लेयर इंडिपेंडंट होतो. इट्स अ बेस्ट वे.
Sir, just an addition and extended question. Nowadays, parents are also opting for external education after 9 through open education system. So, for the undergraduate in US, is it important to be part of formal education, or external is also accepted in foreign universities?
आता मी तो सांगतो, आधी होतं की शाळेचं त्यांना ते काय ट्रान्स्क्रिप्ट्स लागायचे आणि कॉलेजचे ट्रान्स्क्रिप्ट्स लागायचे. नाव आय थिंक ऑल दिस ओपन स्कूलिंगमध्ये यू आर अटॅच टू सम स्कूल अँड देन दॅट ट्रान्स्क्रिप्ट इज अलाउड. सो यू हॅव टू चेक वेदर दॅट ओपन स्कूलिंगला तुम्ही कुठल्या स्कूलला अटॅच होताय की नाही. आय थिंक सिम्बॉयसिस हॅज ओपन स्कूलिंग, पी जोग हॅज ओपन स्कूलिंग, अँड दे गिव्ह यू ट्रान्स्क्रिप्ट की द गाय वॉज लर्निंग हिअर, हिज वॉट एव्हर मार्क्स वे गुड, ते जे लागतं ते चालतं. सो नाव यू हॅव टू थिंक, बट लिटल बिट आय थिंक टिल 10th ओपन स्कूलिंग इज वॉट ॲज कोचेस आय विल नॉट एव्हर ॲडवाईज. बिकॉज बाकीच्या स्किल्स कमी होतात. सोशल स्किल्स, मुलांमध्ये कसं बोलायचं, टीचरशी कसं बोलायचं, या सगळ्या गोष्टी आहेत. ते एन्जॉयमेंट ते निघून जातं. सो आय डोंट थिंक टिल 10th यू शुड रिअली थिंक अबाउट ओपन स्कूलिंग.
Just a follow-up question on this. Current open schooling is getting very popular among parents who think if I want to have a career in tennis, I should spend hours on court, which the school will not allow. Is that a cost versus benefit? की जर तुम्ही शाळेत 8-6 तास गेलात की मग तुम्हाला प्रॅक्टिसला इनफ वेळ मिळत नाही. ओके.
You guys have understood the question? Because Shezari, it's not very clear to me, the question. समजला ना प्रश्न? So I'll again probably give my personal opinion. I'm sure all the coaches will have different opinions, but I think it's absolutely fine to do regular school and carry on with your tennis schedule. Quality matters more than quantity. आणि by the time तुमची level वाढत जाईल, you will need more training, more physical fitness, your mental training. So एक aspects वाढत जातील. But I think you can definitely do that along with your school. I don't see much of a problem in that. As parents, I think if you know that the child is more inclined towards making tennis as his or her career, then as parents, I think अभ्यासात थोडे कमी मार्क मिळाले तरी चालतील. Sometimes I feel that sometimes it's the children also. आजकाल, like I said, the generation is so smart. So sometimes I come across children where त्यांना 90% अभ्यासात पण मिळत आहेत आणि त्यांना टेनिसमध्ये करिअर पण करायचं आहे. But there will be a time where they will have to choose. So if you see a clear inclination towards or towards, we can as parents ease out the load or the marks that they need to get in their studies and थोडंसं burden कमी करू शकतो त्यांचं. But schooling can definitely go on, I feel.
एक प्रश्न तिकडे आहे. माईक तिकडे. आकाश, माईक दे तिकडे.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर. मी कोच आहे. ॲक्च्युली मी सांगतोय बऱ्याच पॅरेंट्सला, बट बेटर राहील की तुम्ही सांगाल तर. अंडर 10, अंडर 12मध्ये अंडर 8पासूनच पॅरेंट्स खूप घाई करतायत की आम्हाला प्रोजमध्ये म्हणजे लाईक चांगलं खेळलं पाहिजे, कॉम्पिटिशन चांगले जिंकले पाहिजे. हा खूप पॅरेंट्सचा कन्सर्न असतो की, आणि ते मेन म्हणजे युरोपियन प्लेयर्सला एक मगाशी एक इंटरनेटवर क्लिप आली होती, माहीत नाही कुठली कोणत्या कंट्रीची आहे, बट इट्स प्लेइंग खूप वेळ टेनिसला देऊ किंवा प्लेअरवर बर्डन, कोचेसवर बर्डन की हेच झालं पाहिजे. तर हे माझं असं म्हणणं आहे की करिअर, आपल्या इंडियन करिअर थोडंसं लेट स्टार्ट होतं असं मी स्टडीमधून बघितलं आहे. तर तुम्ही ॲज अ सिनियर्स तुम्ही सांगा की हे काय योग्य आहे आणि काय अयोग्य आहे. की म्हणजे आत्ताच समजा इन केस अंडर 10, अंडर 12मध्ये जर तुम्ही हरताय त्याचं असं म्हणणं नाही की तुम्ही करिअर नाही करू शकत. तो थोडं लेट होईल, बट ते पुढे चालून होईल. तर बरेच पॅरेंट्सचे डिसिजन्स आत्ताच चेंज होतात. सो प्लीज तुम्ही गाईड कराल पॅरेंट्सला. थँक्यू.
I think what Sardar has pointed out is very, very perfect. आपल्याकडे ना अंडर 8पासनं आपल्याला मुलाला चॅम्पियन बनवायचं असतं. आपलं ड्रीम असतं, सगळ्यांचंच ड्रीम असतं. एक लक्षात घ्या की टेनिस इज नॉट अ इझी स्पोर्ट. Tennis is played in over 220 countries. We are competing against players from 220 countries. Other sports, if you look at other sports, they are not played as much as tennis. Tennis, football, these are the biggest sports. So if you look at it, we have to compete globally. आपल्याला globally compete करायचं आहे. आता प्रॉब्लेम असा आहे की आपला मुलगा जर एक अंडर 8ची टुर्नामेंट जिंकला तर आपल्याला वाटतं तो चॅम्पियन झाला. अंडर 10ची टुर्नामेंट जिंकला तर चॅम्पियन झाला, 12ची जिंकला तर चॅम्पियन झाला. चॅम्पियन असे होत नाहीत. डॉक्टर पेस ऑलवेज यूज टू से that there is a rule called a 10,000 hour rule. You have to do same thing for 10,000 hours perfectly to become a master at it. So 10,000 hours, if you break in our lives, it is 6 hours a day or 7 hours a day that we are, otherwise we are sleeping, eating, things like that. And this to complete takes 15 years. So तुम्हाला 15 वर्षाची एक तपस्या असते. ती जर तुम्ही केली तर तुम्ही नेक्स्ट लेवल पार करता. ज्या प्लेयर्सनी हे केलं आहे ते सगळ्यांना अचीव झालं आहे. वेदर इट इज प्रार्थना ठोंबरे, वेदर इट इज ऋतुजा भोसले, वेदर इट इज अंकिता रेना, वेदर इट इज अर्जुन कडे, ऑल हॅव डन दिस. ही आपल्या समोरचे सगळे एक एक्झाम्पल आहेत म्हणून मी देतो आहे. असे तर खूप प्लेयर आहेत. प्लेयरचं कुठलाही म्हणजे इवन आर्टिस्ट असतो तो मास्टर कधी बनतो की जेव्हा तो 15 वर्ष रोज रियाज करतो. पेंटर नावाच तो कधी की ज्या वेळेला 15 वर्षांनी त्याचे पेंटिंग्स लोकांना आवडायला लागतात. इवन आपल्या नोकरीमध्ये आपण जर बघितलं तर 15 वर्षानंतर वी अचीव समथिंग. पहिल्या वर्षी तुम्ही ऑफिसर म्हणून जॉईन होता, तुम्ही डायरेक्ट जनरल मॅनेजर बनू शकत नाही. देर इज अ प्रोसेस. So same way in tennis also, like what Radhika, what Hemant sir are saying, is that you need patience, you need time. Like Radhika said, she does not even remember, or we don't even remember. मध्ये हेमंत सर आणि मी एक रिसर्च केला की किती नॅशनल चॅम्पियन इंडियाच्या डेव्हिस कपमध्ये खेळले. आणि तुम्हाला आश्चर्य वाटेल की नॉट इवन 4 or 5 जे लोक नॅशनल चॅम्पियन झाले ते इंडियाच्या डेव्हिस कपमध्ये खेळले. तर इंडियाच्या डेव्हिस कपमध्ये कोण खेळलं की जो मुलगा मेन्स नॅशनल चॅम्पियन झाला 15-20 वर्षानंतर प्रॅक्टिस करून झाला. तर इट इज नॉट अ थिंग की तो मुलगा जर तुम्ही 14चं नॅशनल चॅम्पियन झाला तर तुम्ही वर्ल्ड नंबर 1 होणार. इट इज अ बिग प्रोसेस. सी इंडियामध्ये फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल देर इज अ लिटल सायकोलॉजिकल थिंग दॅट वी एज लेट. त्यामुळे इंडियामध्ये 17व्या वर्षी नॅशनल वर्ल्ड चॅम्पियन होणं किंवा हे जरा वेगळं आहे. देर आर एक्सेप्शन. टुडे देर इज माया राजेश्वरन और टुडे देर इज अ मानस धामणे की हे लोक करत आहेत, पण त्यांची प्रोसेस वेगळी आहे. आता मी तुम्हाला मानस धामणेच्या कोचचं सांगतो. मी त्याला भेटलो, तो म्हणाला मी म्हटलं आता मानसला इंडियात खेळायला पाठवा, आम्ही वाईल्ड कार्ड देतो, हे करतो ते करतो. तो म्हणाला नाही, मानसला मी इंडियात नाही पाठवणार, मी त्याला आफ्रिकेत पाठवीन की जिकडे तो 100च्या वर टुर्नामेंट हारेल, मॅचेस हारेल. मला त्याला जिंकवायचंच नाही आहे. आय वॉन्ट हिम टू लूज मोर दॅन 100 मॅचेस. आय डोंट वॉन्ट हिम टू विन. असं कोच म्हणतोय. अशी जर मेंटॅलिटी मुलांची असेल की 100 मॅच हारायची जर तयारी ठेवली तरच चॅम्पियन बनतो. कारण की तुम्हाला हारायचा लॉसच होत नाही. आपल्याकडे जर तो मुलगा मागच्या आठवड्यात टुर्नामेंट जिंकला तर कोचवर एवढं प्रेशर, अरे मागच्या वेळेला जिंकला, या वेळेला हारला. सी एव्हरीबडी इज ट्राईंग टू डू देअर बेस्ट. लाईक हेमंत सर सेड, सानिया मिर्झा वॉज अ प्लेयर. तुम्ही जर ऑब्झर्व केलं, इफ यू आर ऑब्झर्विंग टेनिस और इफ यू वॉच द मॅचेस, तुमच्याकडे एखादा पॉवरफुल स्ट्रोक असल्याशिवाय तुम्ही चॅम्पियन बनूच शकत नाही. यू आयदर हॅव टू हॅव अ गुड फोरहँड, यू आयदर हॅव टू हॅव अ गुड बॅकहँड, यू आयदर हॅव टू हॅव अ गुड सर्व्हिस, फील काहीतरी पाहिजे तुमच्याकडे एक शॉट की ज्यामध्ये तुम्ही चॅम्पियन बनता. रोहन बोपन्नाकडे सर्व्हिस होती, सानिया मिर्झाकडे फोरहँड होते, बॅकहँड होते. ही हे लोक मोठी झाली. लिएंडरकडे टच होता. ही तुमच्याकडे काहीतरी एक स्पेशल वेपन जर असेल तरच तुम्ही प्लेअर होऊ शकता. आता तुम्ही मला एक सांगा की तुमच्या मुलांना तुम्ही स्ट्रेंथच तुमच्यात मुलांच्यात नसेल, तुमच्या मुलांच्यात एखादं स्ट्रोकच नसेल, ढकलत जर जिंकत असेल तर काय जिंकण्याला मजा आहे. आणि तुम्हाला जर जिंकायचं तर तो मुलगा करणारच प्रयत्न की प्रत्येक बॉल पलीकडे टाकायचा प्रयत्न करणार. आणि आज जर तुम्ही मॅच बघितलं तर इट इज सो मच ऑफ स्ट्रेंथ, सो मच ऑफ फिटनेस. इफ यू डू नॉट give time to your children to develop their strength, their energy, their flexibility, how will you expect them to become strong? आज जर तुमची चासीस जर स्ट्रॉंग नसेल तर तुमची गाडी वीकच असणार आहे. त्यामुळे what Hemant sir or somebody suggesting is, okay, tournaments you have to play, but your life is not dependent on that. एखादी टुर्नामेंट जिंकली नाही, त्या टुर्नामेंटमध्ये उलटं तुम्ही कसे खेळता हे बघा, काय मिस्टेक झाले त्या पुढच्या टुर्नामेंटमध्ये नाही झाल्या पाहिजे. दिस इज सेल्फ डेव्हलपमेंट. अँड आय थिंक वी हॅव सीन सो मेनी प्लेयर्स ओव्हर सो मेनी इयर्स, सो मेनी प्लेयर्स हू आर व्हेरी गुड बट दे आर नोवेअर टुडे इन टेनिस. दॅट इज बिकॉज दे आर बर्न्ट आउट. द पेरेंट्स आर आफ्टर देम की नाही 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 नाही. सी ॲज पेरेंट्स वी अंडरस्टँड द अमाऊंट ऑफ एफर्ट दॅट यू टेक, द अमाऊंट ऑफ money that you are spending. The most important thing is, I always say that as parents you are trying to live your aspirations or your dreams that you could not achieve through your children. I think you should stop doing that. You wanted to become a tennis player, you could not become a tennis player, but you want your child to become a tennis player. You have never touched a racket in your life. तुम्ही रॅकेटच पकडली नाही, पण तुम्ही तुमच्या मुलाला सांगता टेनिस कसं खेळायचं. हे तर चूक आहे ना. तुम्ही ज्या गोष्टीत चांगल्या ते जर सांगितलं तर ठीक आहे. तुम्ही आयुष्यात कधी टेनिस खेळला नाही, आयुष्यात कधी मॅच खेळला नाही, आणि तुम्ही मुलाला एक बाहेर बसून सांगता की कसं खेळायचं. हे सगळं जर आपण ॲज अ सिस्टम, ॲज अ ग्रुप, वी स्टॉप डुईंग दिस. इन्व्हेस्ट मोर टाईम इन आवर किड्स सो दे बिकम फिट. जास्त त्याला फिटनेसवर द्या, ॲजिलिटीवर द्या, योगा करायला लावा, त्याची बॉडी चांगली बनवायला. आज एक तुम्ही विचार करा की रोहन बोपण्णा जर का प्लेअर 45 इयर्सचा खेळतोय, आज अंकिता रैनासारखे प्लेयर 32-33ला शी इज रिचिंग द फायनल. So what these players have done is they have improved their body. They have improved strength in their body. They are able to last so much because tennis is a long game. Today if you look at Federer, or they were not injured. If you look at so many players, they are injured. एक tournament खेळतात, दुसरी drop, तिसरी drop. And like Radhika said, if you are playing the finals of every tournament, you are playing 6 days a week of tournaments. And the finals. Next week again you go to a tournament, again 6 days a week. So your body needs that kind of strength. So I just request all of you, okay, tournaments is one thing, results are one thing, but concentrate on your body of your child. Use good diet, use a good dietitian, use good, fitness trainers. See, like, and automatically when they become, आता किती लोक आले की सर मी माझ्या मुलाला माझ्याकडे खूप पैसे आहेत, मी त्याला युरोपला पाठवतो. युरोपमध्ये जाऊन करणार काय? युरोपमध्ये 6 तास 7 तास ट्रेनिंग करतात. तुमचा मुलगा 2 तास पण खेळू शकत नाही, तर तुम्ही तुमचे पैसे नाही का वाया घालवत? कीप दिस मनी. यू नीड द मनी. यू विल नीड द मनी. When will you need the money? When your child turns 17 years old. That is the time when you need to invest in your kid. तोपर्यंत लोकांचे पैसे संपून जातात. कारण की तुम्ही अंडर 12च्या टुर्नामेंटला गवातीला जाता, अंडर 12च्या टुर्नामेंटला कुठं काश्मीरला जाता, अंडर 12च्या टुर्नामेंटला त्रिवेंद्रमला जाता. का? Keep that money. You need that money. Save the money. Save that money when your kid becomes 16, 17 years old, becomes strong. That is the time when you need to use that money for his training, to send him abroad, to send him to tournaments worldwide, to give him that exposure. So I think हे जरा कुठेतरी आपल्या सगळ्यांचं चुकतं गणित. पण as we talk, we are always there. Hemant sir, Radhika, everyone is there. In Pune you are lucky. कारण की आपण ज्या पद्धतीचे हे सगळं एकत्र बोलतोय, मला वाटत नाही इंडियामध्ये कोणी केलं. इवन AITने कधी हे केलं नाही आहे. आणि आय थिंक इट इज मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टंट दॅट यू ॲज पेरेंट्स, यू आर अ स्टेक होल्डर ऑफ टेनिस. And as a stakeholder of tennis, it is important that you know what your role is or what your contribution to the sport is. आपल्याकडे सगळेजण सगळं करायचा प्रयत्न करतात. तर ॲज अ पेरेंट यू हॅव टू सेग्रिगेट. ॲज अ कोच दे विल सेग्रिगेट. ॲज अ ॲडमिनिस्ट्रेटर वी हॅव टू सेग्रिगेट. So things like this. But I think there is a lot to talk about, and I think if I talk too much, you will be bored because there is a long session. So, if there is anybody wants to talk personally, we can always talk. But as PMDTA, MSLTA, we are now also trying to see how we can develop our own local circuit where our players get to play matches, but not have to travel a lot. Get to play matches on, and इकडे there is a big thing की इंडियाच्या टीममध्ये जाण्याकरता चालू आहे स्ट्रगल. कोण जातं? आणि आय विल टेल यू, in the last 5 or 6 years, very sadly, India is doing so badly in juniors. We have not even gone to the world level. आपण एशियामध्येच हारतोय. And who are we losing to? We are losing to countries like Pakistan, Sri Lanka in under 12, under 14 and under 16. Why? Because the selection procedure is wrong. Because we are basing it on points. We are not basing it on, good selection procedure. तुमच्याकडे जर नंबर 1 झाला, you are playing tournaments, you become number 1, you are in the team. But I think all this needs to change, and it will change, because we need to build a strong foundation. If you look at other countries, the players are progressing. Under 14चा मुलगा 16, 16चा मुलगा 18, 18चा मुलगा men's. So there is a procedure, and I think as AITA, we are thinking about it. कधी होईल माहीत नाही, but at least the thought process has started.
Two things for parents, just concluding this. One, मी खूपसे पेरेंट्स टेनिस स्टेशनला येऊन बसायला पाहिलेत. हरकत नाही, बघा तुम्ही मुलं काय करतात. प्लीज त्यांच्या फिटनेस ट्रेनिंग सेशनला जाऊन बसा. त्या मुलांना कळलं पाहिजे की माझा फिटनेस माझ्या पेरेंट्स आणि Yes, it can be 3 tournaments and 2 weeks. That is how we do. पण आत्ता हा जो एज ग्रुप आहे 2 टुर्नामेंट खेळायच्या आणि 3 वीक ट्रेनिंग करायचं. दॅट शुड बी द नॉर्मल थिंग गोईंग ऑन. कधी कधी 2ला 2 होईल, पण 2ला 3 दॅट इज मॅक्सिमम यू हॅव टू लुक इन टू. तर एवढं फक्त तुम्ही फॉलो करा. टेनिस फिटनेसला महत्त्व द्या. विल हॅव मेनी प्लेयर्स. थँक्यू.
Next thing, I just want to just tell you about what MSLT is doing, because there are a lot of questions many times कि association काय करता है. मगाशी तुला दिलं ते तुला प्रेझेंटेशन दिलं होतं ना मी. नाही काही गरज नाही आहे. अच्छा. तर बऱ्याच वेळेला असं होतं की असोसिएशन काय करतं. तर आय जस्ट वॉन्ट टू एक्सप्लेन टू यू की MSLTA probably is the only association in India that has been doing a lot for tennis in the last 6 years. Most important thing is that we have been able to reach the masses, which never happened before. See, today we have tennis in all the districts of Maharashtra, and probably there are so many parents who have traveled to all our centers and can easily see what, how our centers are, how they are maintained, how the things are. But if you go to outside places, I don't think there is a lot to say. And I'm very proud to say that what we are doing as a federation. Before we take it forward, see, like I was, I was talking to you. See, tennis हा खूप different game आहे बाकीच्या games पेक्षा. आणि like Hemant sir or somebody said, it is not very easy. See, it requires a lot of skill. It requires a lot of, मोठं करना. Anyway, so basically MSLTA, like is doing a lot of tournaments. We are the only state in India to put so many tournaments together. See, now doing tournaments is for our players. If you look at our tournament that we did, whether we did a W75, whether we did a WTA, whether we did a ATP, is our players get wild cards. And that is the most important thing of putting these tournaments together. And basically, well, like I told you, now we have to look at players beyond the age of 17 years old and give them the opportunity to, go to the world level. So we are spending around more than 2.5 crore rupees on page down now. So we are spending around 2.5 over.
Just scroll down.
Okay. So basically, like I said, hosting international tournament benefits local coaches, officials, organizers. It inspires young players, grassroots participants, and helps local infrastructure. So when we did this tournament, I don't know how many of you came to watch it. It is very important to come and watch this tournament. The player who won the tournament in Pune is going to be the next world number 1. But how many of you came to watch it? Very few. हाच the problem आहे की आपल्याला असं वाटतं की बघून काय होणार आहे. पण when you come there and watch a tournament where players are playing for 3 hours at the same consistent level, then you know what tennis is all about. You know where you have to go. A person like, this China who came here is former world number 2 junior. In 1 year, now he is like top 100 men's. In the next 2 years, he is going to get so many wild cards that he is going to become the top player. So we have opportunities to see. When in Mumbai, there was a player called Lily Tagger who came and, was 17 years old. So, if you want to model your kid, you need to come and watch matches in Pune. You need to come and watch matches at Tekenjam Khana. You need to watch matches wherever they are. कारण की at this level, एवढ्या लेवलचं टुर्नामेंट तुम्हाला बघायलाच मिळणार नाही कधी. And apart from this, our tournaments also help to create local coaches and officials. I am very happy to tell you that Maharashtra has the largest number of officials in the country. Today, if you look at it, we are giving money to all the clubs, we are giving money to all the, and we host nationals like Radhika told you. हे महाराष्ट्रामध्येच होतं, बाकी हे कोणी करत नाही. अंडर 10चा कॅम्प आहे आपल्याकडे. आता this another thing is most of you don't know that we are doing this masters. MSLTA masters under 10, 12, 14. So basically these are tournaments which we call the players. पण कितीतरी प्लेयर येतच नाही त्याला. का येत नाहीत तर टुर्नामेंट खेळायला गेले. MSLTA is providing at these masters the best of coaches, the best of dietitians, the best of mental trainers, the best of strength and conditioning. For the 3 days we want the children to be together and then train them or give them an eye opener. But here tournament you miss because you want to play some tournament in Guwahati. So you have to understand the importance when MSLT is trying to do something. That week, even if you miss, it doesn't matter. Because there are so many other weeks. You give more importance to something like this because this is what your kids are getting, which otherwise is not possible. See, today we have planned Women's Day. Secondly now, most importantly, we are launching the wheelchair tennis very, very seriously now. We are doing regular skill development camps, regular district level tournaments. We have started a junior tennis league and it went so well. Players like Arnav Paparkar, players like Salsa Aher, players like Manas Dhamne are the products of this league. But last 2 or 3 times when we planned the league, players are not ready to play. So as administrators, we are saying, okay, we are trying to put something together, but as parents, the response was so poor, we said, why should we do it? This is happening in your home, this is happening in your club. You are playing as a team because playing junior tennis league is something different. You play as a team. Tennis is an individual sport, but we are trying to create a team spirit, but again, unfortunately, parents think a lot, so we are not able to do that. We have a great program called the Talent Identification and Development Program which MSLTA has done, and I am very happy to say, if you read the names, these are the players who made it. Hemant sir has been very, very actively involved. We started this about 2002 Made, and it has taken so much time. Today, I think on the Women's Day, I am very happy to announce and say that today India number 1 doubles player Rutuja Bhosle is from Maharashtra. Very soon, India number 1 Vaishnavi Adkar, who if she wins the tournament today will become India number 1 women's, is from Maharashtra. India number 1 under 18 player Arnav Paparkar is from Maharashtra, and India number 4 Manas Dhamne is from Maharashtra. So this is not just because obviously they are doing something different, kudos to their coaches and parents, but MSLTA has been involved in the identification of these players, helping these players. Even today, we are giving air tickets and all that is in the front. But if you look at all this list and the names of the players, I am sure if your kids are also in this program, you will get a lot of benefit. In this, financial assistance is provided on a quarterly basis, 2 special annual camps. This year onwards, we are thinking of sending again players for foreign camps, exposure camps. The travel expenses, we pay air tickets to any player who has qualified for the Grand Slams. So we are the only association, even AIT does not pay, but we are the only association who has who pay players when they participate in Grand Slams. For junior national tournaments, we have started providing coaches and physios. So if you are going for nationals, you as a part of the MSLTA vision team, there is a coach who is watching your matches, there is a physio, there is a physio with him. Plus we are doing annual 3 tests a year, plus kid sponsorship. We have, if you are a national champion from Maharashtra, we have give you 3 rackets, racket bag, shoes, playing kits and t-shirts. We are giving financial support to tournaments, for all the tournaments, whether it is under 10, 3-day series, 7-day series, super series. So as the tournaments go up, it is MSLTA who is giving help to all the organizers, and that is why it is possible for us to do so many tournaments. This year onwards, we have taken a view that we should do tournaments in Maharashtra. Accordingly, we have told all our district associations to go. So that is why if you see, we have so many tournaments in Nagpur, Nasik, Kolhapur, Aurangabad. Because Pune and Mumbai, it is very difficult to organize a tournament. Men's and women's tournament. See, we are offering 50% of the prize money. So if the 1 lakh rupees tournament, we are offering 50,000 rupees. If it is a 2 lakh rupees tournament, we offer 1 lakh rupees. But unfortunately, there are nobody to take the tournament. Can you believe this? As MSLT, how much can we do? We are also dependent on all our district association and clubs. But unfortunately, we are trying to now work very hard with our clubs to see that many of the men's and women's tournaments are going to be organized. Maharashtra is the only state which gives data analytics. We run our federation on data. We are not just running it. We know who the good players are. We are tracking every good player in Maharashtra. We are tracking the rankings. We are tracking where we are compared to other states in India. Which are the events. So our plan, our tournaments are planned where our players are weak, where our players don't make the nationals. So we put more tournaments like that. So we work on data for these tournaments. We are giving scholarships. Maharashtra gives scholarship. Last year we gave scholarships worth 15 lakh rupees. So these are given to all our international players, national winners, runners-up, players who play Khelo India, national games. Plus we also give awards to coaches, officials and the best district. If you look at, you should go and look at this. What are we doing? We are promoting our players through various social media. I am very happy to tell you today, our Instagram has 3 million views. Probably it is the only association in India, not even AIT also does not have so much. So that is the kind of effort that we do to promote every player. See, this is another program, district development program. We are doing all these programs in various districts. Road to MSLTA, where we do it for the grassroots players and we give scholarships of 5,000 rupees. And these are contribution. We have started the state, zonal and district championship. These championships are very important for getting your 5% marks in 10 and 12. But I don't know, all the other districts play, but Pune, Mumbai, madla response is very poor for this. So MSLT also contributes for this. See, district level ला 15,000 रुपयाची स्कॉलरशिप देतो आम्ही प्रत्येकाला. Infrastructure upgradation ला आम्ही पैसे देतोय. So this is another thing which I would like to talk to you is Maharashtra has the largest number of recognized coaches. We are the only state which have so many coaches who are recognized because there is an effort being made. Today Manoj sir, Hemant sir are the pillars of this program. We ensure that the parents are not cheated. This is why we do not want the parents to be cheated. की जेव्हा तुम्ही पैसे देता, तुम्ही कुठल्या कोचला पैसे देता तुम्हाला कळायला पाहिजे की तो रेकग्नाइज आहे का नाहीये. सो आमचा एफर्ट असतो की प्रत्येक महाराष्ट्रातला कोच हा काहीतरी त्याचं सर्टिफिकेशन पाहिजे. आणि जर ITFचं जर सर्टिफिकेशन नसेल तर वी हॅव अ महाराष्ट्र स्टेट सर्टिफिकेशन विच द कोच इज टू डू. We have a tribal scheme. We are the only state which has tribal scheme. Support for tennis officials. Like another thing, a small thing I want to add. Okay, your children are into tennis. You have spent money. See, tennis is not only becoming a tennis player. There are so many aspects to be in tennis. Today, technology has come in. And there is so much money. I am very proud to tell you one of our boys from Maharashtra, from Pune. Today he is working with a head company. He has he became a he went to the US, studied technology. Today he designs head tennis rackets. He's from Pune. His name is Tejas Saukulkar. There are young entrepreneurs who are doing so much in developing international technology. So he was a great tennis player, he got injured. But this is what your children can do. It is not only becoming a tennis player. After spending so much time on the tennis courts, there is so many opportunities. Today you can become a tennis coach, you can become a tennis official, you can become an analyst. You know, there is a boy from Pune who is today doing tennis analysis for college tennis, and probably he makes more money than a tennis player. There are young kids today who are, investing time in creating new technology, and they are all tennis players. So tennis does not stop if you do not become a champion. There is so much to look forward to, and I think as parents, there is a lot of scope. Today, we have Jyoti here who is a tennis player. She is one of the top physios of Pune. We have Radhika who is doing very well. We have Namita who is doing very well in coaching. So as a tennis player, you get this foundation, and then obviously you can build on it. So again, Maharashtra has the largest number of officials in the country today. So basically this is about 11 pages of what MSLT is doing. So for players and parents who don't know what we are doing, I mean, this was just an eye-opener for you. And I think this is on the website, and if you need anything. So this is like, if you are eligible, you should be able to get it. Most of the time, we are not able to reach parents. But if there is something in this scheme that your children are eligible, kindly contact our office and we'll have it done. Once again, thank you to all of you for coming here this morning. It has been a great session sharing with you, and your interest is amazing. Keep it up, because only when you learn, you can imbibe it in your kids. Learning is most essential. And I think you have the best people with you today to give you talks on various things. And we are touching women's issues for the first time. We have never done it. Whether it is women's safety, whether it is puberty, how to handle it. These are all very taboo subjects which we have never even touched before. And I think we are very happy that we are able to do this on the Women's Day today. Once again, thank you very much. And if there is anything, you can get in touch with us directly. We always respond to our emails. I am in Pune. If there are anything you want to ask, I am always available. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sundar sir. And MSLT is doing an amazing job for us, and we are thankful for this. I would like to introduce our next presenter and speaker. He is an amazing mental coach. He works with peak performances athletes. He's been working with BCCI National Cricket Academy for the last 8 years. He's conducted over 17 performance camps, high performance camps. He's worked with the army, with a lot of the Olympic Asian athletes, with the Vidarbha men's and women's cricket team. He's also been associated with the Punjab Kings IPL cricket team for 2 years. He specializes with athletes, and he is a mental coach to all of them. He brings out their peak performance out. Please welcome Swaroop Savnur. I would also request Sundar sir to felicitate Swaroop with a bouquet of flowers. Pen drive. Check. They will.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Hello. Am I audible? Good morning to all of you. Good morning. And first of all, let me देखेगी. Hello. Yeah, this is better. So as I was saying, first of all, let me thank MSLTA, Sundar Iyer sir, Hemant Bendre sir for inviting me here. It's really a pleasure. More so because I think so, I've been working with tennis athletes for a very long time. I've worked with MSLTA for many such initiatives, but this is really something unique because it's not just a session that they have planning. They planned it as a conference, right, with different sessions back to back, where the focus is on learning, trying to get something, trying to take away something. So kudos to MSLTA for this initiative and really happy to be here. But more importantly, I think so, we should all clap for all the small kids over here, isn't it? Right? They deserve a bigger applause. Because I think so, you will all agree as parents that for these children, the fact that they are athletes means they don't like to sit in one place. Do you all agree? Right? They don't like to sit in one place even at their house, in your house. Right? Even when they are playing, they are running here and there. But imagine they have been sitting for the last 1.5 years. I've been looking at all of them. And slowly as the time has gone by, from sitting like this, they have been fidgeting, going up and down. Right? And you can make that out. So congratulations to all of you. Well done. Super initiative. And I'm also going to push you a bit further. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try and ensure that I talk with you guys also as well as parents, right? Because finally it's they are going to play the game, not you. We are just going to cheer them from the outside. So this is a talk, just a bit about myself. I think so, Mir, thanks a lot for sharing this. But I started this journey in 2001. And there is a reason why I'm showing this slide. Not to, I've worked, of course, with a lot of athletes. But there is a reason, and the reason is this. At some point in my starting of my career, I thought that this cannot be a career. Because imagine 20 years back when I went to Switzerland and came back learning something new, I was very excited. I am getting something which is not there in India till that time. And when I came back, I thought I will get a red carpet welcome, people will want to talk to me. Forget red, there was no carpet at all. Nobody wanted to talk to me, no parents, coaches, players, nobody wanted to talk to me. But thanks to the support and well wishes of those parents at that time, today I'm here and I've worked with a lot of elite athletes, and now we also, of course, work with a lot of teen athletes. But more importantly, today on the occasion of Women's Day, I really want to, first of all, wish all the girls and women over here a very, very happy Women's Day. And I think so, I also want to wish all the dads over here, right, and the families over here, for especially supporting their girl child to play the sport, to pursue the sport. And the reason I'm saying this is that I'm not just involved with women's sport from the outside. I have been lucky enough to work with women's sports very, very closely. I've had the privilege of traveling with women teams across, and I've seen all their ups and downs, but also I've seen the pressure that they go through, and the pressure is very different from that of the guys. Of course, that would be a great topic itself to talk about. Unfortunately, that is not the bandwidth for today. But really a pleasure, and it's been a fascinating journey working with women. I'm going to put out a statement over here, okay? Okay, a statement. And let's try and look at this statement and see what we can make, whether we can make sense of it. And before you look at this statement, there is a reason why I'm saying that. For all those who clapped when Bendre sir so wonderfully talked about being fearless and allowing your child to make a mistake and lose 100 times, right? We clapped, but are you really ready to accept it? Think about it. As parents, are you really ready to accept that your child is going to make a mistake on the court? A simple volley. The player is behind. All you need to do is simple. Arre, dalna yahan pe. Itna kya problem hai? Isn't it so? Simple, baba. And from the outside, things seem so simple. But on the inside, you have no idea what the player is going through. And every small mistake, if judged by the parent, is going to make a big impact on the child. So I always believe that today, we are no longer in the era of information. Information is passé. Pahle tha. Earlier, when I used to take sessions, the sessions were important. I was talking about awareness. Why mental training is important. No, it's stupid for me to tell you why mental training is important. Right? Because you know it. What's important is, can we really integrate mental training as a natural part of my child's development and routine? That's a more important thought, isn't it? And therefore, I always say, today, information is not important. It's there out there. You have got books, you have got videos, you have got Instagram, 1 minute. You can talk, you can listen to Djokovic, Nadal, Sharapova, everybody. Even knowledge is not important. Because beyond a certain limit, knowledge has got no value. The key thought is, can I apply something? Applied insight. Insight, what is insight? Insight is that one small thing that could actually apply. Because if you cannot apply that, what's the point of this information? Only claps, feel good factor at the end of the day, but going back and doing the same thing that I've been doing, think about it, is that really going to be valuable? Zero value. And therefore, I'm going to try and force you to think at your own self, so that hopefully you can take something that you can start applying. So there is a statement, mindset is the biggest barrier to success. It is also the only way of achieving consistent success in whatever you are doing. However, the danger is quick fixes, oversimplification, and wrong approach. Do you agree with this? Quick fixes, oversimplification. Let me give you an example. Earlier, people used to not, there was a lot of resistance. Today, players push their parents to want to, talk to a mental coach. Parents themselves are being more proactive. But when they come, they say, sir, visualization seekhna hai. So manifestation, right? Djokovic is talking about manifestation. We want to learn manifestation. What happens? We are trying to look at one small thing and saying, okay, this one small thing is something that's going to fix things for my child. Because it seems so simple to talk about the mind. Do you agree it's very simple to talk about the mind? All of you? It's very simple to talk about the mind. I always say, all of us here, adults, are in a way psychologists. All of us. We can talk psychology. It's very easy to give gyan. Right? But we have to go beyond it. We don't want to oversimplify. We want to start looking at it with the right thought. And the thought over here is, we always say, We have heard all the top players say sports is a 90% mental game. Do you agree? Yes? All Djokovic, Nadal, Sachin Tendulkar, or somebody says 95, 90. 90 ke niche koi aata hi nahi. But ask yourself this question. Today, Sundar Iyer sir was talking so much about the importance of fitness. So important, of course. You spend 3 hours on the tennis court. Every day you're spending 1.5 hours on the fitness. And then so these top players go and say sports is a 90% mental game. 90%? Come on. It cannot be 90, right? Do you agree? Can it be 90 or it is not 90? If you think about it, you might realize, no, it's not 90%, right? We should take it down. What, 70%? 50%? 50% seems good, right? See, it's confusing. Why would these players say 90% when all of these things are important? And why is it important, first of all, to know whether it's really 90% or not? The reason first why it's important to know whether it's 90% or not is if it is really 90%, then the question is, what am I really doing about it? Am I doing even 10% of it? But if I'm not doing even 10% of it, then even if it's 90%, what am I doing about it? I'm doing nothing about it. No, sir. Arey, sir, we are doing yoga. Arey, we are doing meditation. Right? Arey, we are listening to things. No, see, is that mental coaching? We have to think about it. We'll go ahead as we think about it. But remember, technical, tactical, fitness are 100% of the game. There's no doubt about it. But when you get in the sport, when you get into the competitive arena, the technical part goes behind. The fitness goes behind, meaning that is obviously there. That's the baseline. What is finally going to differentiate between A and B is how you play with your mind. Do you agree? And that is why they say sports is a 90% mental game. Why? Because when you get into competition, finally it is your mind that is creating the trigger and the body which is following. And that is why many times the same player, which one day was hitting a beautiful shot, free flowing, suddenly what happens? Now what happened? Is there a change in the technique? No. Is there a change in fitness? No. What has happened? Something has changed over here because of which I am not able to move my hands properly. So if I don't know what to do over here, what is going to happen? My body is not going to move. I need to do something about it. And that is why we need to understand. When we say sports is a 90% mental game, it means that you got to work on it the right way. But this was not earlier. You know, and it's a very fascinating argument. And I agree with this argument. Ask yourself this question. We all know Kapil Dev, right? One of the great players of Indian cricket. Kapil Dev, at that time, if you know, there was only one manager for the Indian cricket team. So they did not have physios, trainer, massage. Nobody was there. The manager was the coach, manager was logistics manager, everything. Now, Kapil Dev never ever took a break because of injury. But he was a fast bowler. But today, we have got these fast bowlers who are having so many injuries when they have got all these people around. So, in a way, should we have these people? Is it necessary? If Kapil Dev can do it, why can't these today's players do it? So, think about it. How do you make sense of this argument? Ki earlier, when they were not doing these things, today, why is it important? And remember this word. It's all about developing a competitive edge. What is it? Competitive edge. Finally, whenever for you to get that success, you need to have that competitive edge. Like Sundar Iyer sir said, what is your hero shot? What do you mean by hero shot? What is that special weapon that you have? If you don't have that one special weapon that you can absolutely back yourself on, you don't have that, right? If you don't have that, you have got a disadvantage. You'll have all the best players have that hero shot, which they can always go back to. So that was a competitive edge. But later on, because of training and all that stuff, and everybody started doing that because of better coaching, what happened? We got into physical fitness. Therefore, physical fitness. Now, that is also everybody is doing. So the competitive edge went to diet, went to massage, went to recovery. And over a point now, today what is happening? from objective markers, which are now everybody is doing. We have that one subjective variable that is going to finally determine consistent success. That is mindset. Because now today everybody is doing everything. So what is that extra competitive edge that you're getting? Along with fitness and along with all of this, that competitive edge becomes mindset. And that is why, as you're going ahead, you're going to see mindset as a predominant denominator of success, along with, of course, other things. Now the question is, how do you approach mind? Because at one level, as I said, mind is very simple to talk about. At another level, mind is very complex to look at. So how do you really look at it? So whenever we talk about, let me ask you this, and there are so many athletes over here, right? How easy it is to talk about, let us say, you're not getting the right brush, and you go to your coach. How easy it is to talk about it? Very easy, right? You can go and easily talk to them. How easy it is to talk about the physical part? Not a problem. But ask yourself, how easy it is to talk about a negative thoughts? Will you talk about a negative thoughts? No, it's not possible for you to talk about a negative thoughts. Why? Because we think it's a problem. Because we think it's a problem, we say, oh, how can I talk? Imagine you going to your coach and actually there have been a lot of negative thoughts. That's why your serve is not going the way you want to go. Normally you're serving at a wonderful, good skills, good movement, you're serving hard. But in the day of the match, you are serving lollipop. I call it as a lollipop serve, right? You're serving your second serve as your first serve. You're losing that competitive advantage that you actually have, that you worked on. Huge competitive advantage. Why? Because something is happening over here. Your body is, something is happening over here. But will you go and tell this to your coach? You can't. You won't. Why? Because you think it's a problem. And the biggest problem is that we look at all of this as problems to solve. And let me tell you this unequivocally. Any anxiety that you're feeling, any pressure that you're feeling, any negative thoughts that you're going through, any emotions that you're feeling are not problems to be solved. Calling it a problem is the biggest problem. But the question is, why are they not problems? Because let us say, for example, right now I'm standing over here and there is a 5 foot that I have to jump. And there is a 30 foot, let us say, it's deep. And I have to jump through it. Is my heart rate going to increase? Yes, it will increase, right? My heart rate will increase, my breathing will increase, my body will get tight. I will have a tunnel vision. I don't know whether I should jump or not. My mind will ask me questions. Dekha kya hoga? Right? See, huh? See, huh? Dekha? You want to really jump? Sala pair tudega. All these things will happen, right? Now, do you want that to happen? You don't want that to happen? Right? Mind is giving you a warning signal. What is mind doing? It is giving you a warning signal ki baba, there is a threat. See, I am warning you before. But this same warning signal is what mind is always supposed to do. And this warning signal is what mind also does when you're playing the game. See, huh? What if the forehand goes out? Right? See, what will happen if you don't do well? So mind is doing its job of giving you warning signals. So whenever you are finding all these things happening to you, it is going to do that. It is not a question of whether you want to feel pressure or you don't want to feel pressure. Parents say, don't take pressure. Hey, Papa, it is not going into a dukan and taking something. You cannot go into something and take, na. It is whether you like it or not, you are going to feel pressure. So if anybody, all the athletes over here, if anybody is telling you don't take pressure, discount that. Discount it. Because you are going to feel pressure whether you like it or not. And there is no reason for you to feel pressure because there are so many things where the variables which you will feel pressure. And that's okay. What's important that when pressure comes to me, what I do. That's what is important. What, for example, when the ball comes on this side, I know I have to hit a forehand. When the ball comes on this side, I know I have to hit a overhead. When the ball comes over here, I know I have to hit a backhand. Based on the ball, I am hitting shots. Similarly, based on the different mental balls that are coming to me, I should have different shots. If I know what to do whenever I'm feeling pressure, whenever I'm feeling these emotions, before the game, during the game, after the game, when I know all of these things and I make a process out of it, what will happen? What will happen? I will automatically be able to manage all these things. So the point over here is we have to look at it as a process. Our forehand is a process. Process of what? Process of me going down to up, right? What is the process? Down to up. Then what happens? Good brush, follow through, right? Foot going ahead, knees bending. All of these are small processes. And you repeat this process, practice this process over a period of time so that it becomes subconscious. Do you agree? The word is subconscious. Whenever the ball comes, you just hit that shot. The same thing is about the mind. Whenever you feel pressure, you should have those 5 or 6 things that you will do one after the time that will allow your mind to be in control, for you to be in calm, so that you can hit your shot freely because you have been able to take control of your negative thoughts. That's the only thing. It's not a big deal. So not making a big deal of the mind is the most important thing, because you need to look at it as a process. And once you look at it as a process, what's going to happen? You have to repeat it over a period of time. And you know what we call all of this? What is it that we do? When you repeat something, right? When you're repeating something with a process over a period of time, what do you call it? Training. Right? That is what we call. That's why we go for training. Physical training, technical training. That's why this is mental training. This is not psychology. This is mental training. And you have to change the narrative as parents. It's important that you view this in a different way. Because if you don't view this in a different way, your children are just reaction of your view, isn't it? Because you are the decision makers. If you are going to view this in a wrong way, of course the child is not going to be able to learn this the right way. And that is why how you look at it is important. There was this one, I forgot it actually. Yesterday I had thought of putting a small 30-seconder video of Djokovic. It's a wonderful video. I think so. I'll put it on my Instagram. I forgot to put it. And, Djokovic was having an interview with a guy, and, they were talking to him. And he said, my God, that interviewer was saying, you are really gifted with such amazing, strong mind. And immediately, within a second, he interrupted. No, my man. I don't agree to this. Don't ever say this, it's a gift. What Djokovic said? Don't ever say it's a gift. You don't know the number of hours I've worked on my mind, and I continue to do so. Because of which he has developed that kind of consistency. Nadal was once asked, if you look at Nadal, think what he does, okay? What he does chaddi, this, there, and then tuck. Right? Now think of why does he need to do all that? Imagine every time doing this. I'll get tired doing it 5 times. Right? Imagine keeping that bottle. You know how he does it, no? He keeps that. Have you seen? Yes or no? Yeah, have you seen? He'll keep the bottle exactly in this manner. No, he'll see. Each and every time. Then he'll drink. Again, what he'll do? Exactly. Are Baba, chhod na. Then he was asked. Nadal was asked, why are you troubling? Concentrate on the game. Right? Why? What is your problem? So you know what he said? It's fascinating. He said, you don't know. Nadal said, you don't know the kind of pressure and negative thoughts that I feel. You have no idea how much my mind keeps going against me. You have no idea. And over the period of years, I have trained my mind to ensure that from the time I step on the court, I will command my mind. I will not allow my mind to command me. What is the word? I will command my mind. I will not allow my mind to command me. So if the mind says, chhod na, you'll say, acha, chhod na, dikha to, look. You'll say, towel na, I will not allow you to command me. And that is a training. See, he has trained his mind. He will not look at Federer. What Federer does, he takes the ball, tuck. And he says, yeah. He'll go to the coach and say, I also want to serve like Federer. He doesn't say that. Because for Federer, his mind is different. So because his mind is shaped differently, he has created a process by which he do that. For Nadal, he has to go through that. What is going through that? At that time, probably as he's doing this, he's breathing, he's visualizing, he's clearing his mind, he's spotting where he wants to serve, and then he's doing some self-talk, and at that time when he's ready, he's throwing the ball, hitting that, and that is where the ball is going. And he's developed that process. And that is why it's about developing this as a process through the right trainings. The second part, once you know how to look at it as a process, how do you create the right goals for your child? What do you mean by mental training? So what are the goals? And for me, I think so, especially for your children at this age, your child, at one level we say, I want him to play strong without giving up. But there is one goal, and I think so, Hemant sir has talked about it, Sundar Iyer sir talked about it. It's okay to fail 100 times. I always say, the number one goal that I want children to learn is to learn to fail successfully. Do you agree? We want our children to learn to fail successfully. We say that it's okay to fail, but is it really okay to fail? It is not okay to fail. We are getting hurt. It is paining us. We are feeling the peer pressure of that parent going like this. And you're like, right? You are feeling that hurt. Probably you don't know whether the child is even feeling that. Many times the parent says that, I don't know why my child is playing like this, he played like that, he played some terrible shots. And when I talk to the child, what happened? What happened? I played well. See, you are looking at your child from a magnifying glass and extrapolating those small things. The child is just playing, knowing there will be different mistakes, and there will be some winners, there will be some good and bad things that I'll do. And the law of averages, if it catch ups, I will win. If the law of averages don't catch up, I will lose. Next match. So in a way, we want the children to be mindful of what has happened. When we say we want them to learn, yes, there has to be a process of learning after the game. That process has to be built. But we want first of them to lose successfully, fail successfully. When they fail successfully, when they realize there is no shame in failing, truly from the heart, not from clapping and saying, yeah, failures are pillars of success, but it's not for me. It cannot be that failures are pillars of success, but it's not funny. No. Failures are pillars of success. You're going to allow your child to make mistakes. And second is develop those mental skills to face tougher competition ahead. The second important goal is the short-term success, but also long-term development. Because as today's Sundar Iyer sir said, which I didn't know that. This is important information. Think about it, it's not just small information. He said that there are only 4 national champions at this young age group who eventually went into the Davis and Fed Cup. Think about it. Automatically it changes the equation for you or what your goals of your child should be, right? Technically speaking. It changes your goals. And therefore, the key is long-term development. And therefore, which are the 5 to 6 mindset skills you should develop? And we should divide this into 2 parts. One is the in-game skills, and second, more importantly for the children, are the off-the-game skills. Now, the in-game skills will include, of course, simple self-belief, confidence. What does it really mean? Breathing technique. What are the simple breathing techniques that we have? Now, many of today they see a video, this is box breathing, so we do box breathing. No. Box breathing is more useful before the match. But during the match, box breathing is not so useful. There are about 10 to 12 techniques. So we have to determine what is the right breathing technique that works for the child. Why? Because imagine if I jog right now for 55 minutes, what's going to happen to me? Right? Will I be able to talk properly? I will not be able to talk properly. Now here, which is the kind of breath I need to take? Will that 4x4 breathing be useful for me? Not useful for me. I'll have to do some different breathing. I have to use a whoosh breathing. I'll have to use isosceles breathing. So I have to decide what is breathing for me. So, different breathing techniques, visualization techniques. Of course, how do you manage your performance pressure strategies? and how do you manage your failures. Then we go to the off game, and I think so off game is as important probably, if not more, for your children. And the off games, the first thing that I've written is balancing study and sports. For me, it is very clear, and I've seen hundreds and hundreds of different parents doing NIOS, different saying, "Are chhod de beta, tu khel. Studies is not important because we have got a business, we have got money. You don't worry." See, think about it. That has got nothing to do with your reason for your child to study. Study truly develops the child's intellectual capacity. When you are doing and learning subjects, when you are doing maths, it's a puzzle. It's helping you in your visualization skills. When you are using history, you are doing memory skills. All of these are different faculties of your brain to be developed. And that development is actually going to enhance your mental skills of your child when he's playing the sport. So don't ever discount studies, because it is actually helping in development of the child. But yes, the child should learn. Is study boring? Of course study is boring. It is not supposed to be fun. But if you're playing sports, studies is going to become even more boring. So children need to learn, how do you really concentrate for that 1.5 hours? How do you catch up on Saturdays and Sundays? These are important skills. Of course, mobile today is a very big challenge. Self-discipline, balanced approach and values. I'm going through it because I don't want to spend too much time on it. If you look at the 4 things that we want in your mental journey, what do we want? All parents say this. We want them to enjoy the journey. We want them to embrace the fear and pressure. We want them to develop consistency. And we want them to perform to the ability. Do you agree? All of you? Yes. These are the 4 things. If we get these 4 things, will we be happy? We will be happy. Ye 4 din kar baba, tu kuch bhi kar baad mein. But think about it. For these 4 things, is it only related to children? It is not only related to children. This is your actual journey that looks. You are a budding athlete, then an elite budding, then a senior athlete. If you survive this, if you survive being a senior player, then you go into a senior elite category. And when you go into a senior elite category, then you become a star athlete. It's a long journey. And across this journey, these 4 things are important. But I have seen just 3 weeks back, so unfortunate, 3 or 4 weeks back, so unfortunate. I had this table tennis player who came to me with her parents, and she is actually playing for India. TT player playing for India. She was about 16 years old, just, I think so 10th was going on or something. And as soon as the parents went inside, she started crying. And you know what she told me? She told me that, "Sir, please, I beg of you, tell my parents that I want to stop this game." And you know, she was representing India for the Asian tour that happened 3 weeks back. If you remember, it happened Kolkata, or I don't know. Think about it. No, why would a child feel that? What are we missing over here? What we are missing over here is that when you are, I will not use the word burdening, when you don't know how to develop the right, where you need to put the right energy, and you over-energize and overplay and over-emphasize on winning in the earlier age group, by the time of 16 and 17, you are fed up, the children are fed up, and they want to say, "Bus ho gaya," because it's no longer joy. The joy has gone. Sports is supposed to be fun. They are playing for fun, for that joy. But if that joy goes, what's going to happen? It just becomes a burden. Remember, parents, the career thought is you. These children don't even know the word called as career. Because they are talented in their sport does not mean it's going to become a career. It's a long journey. Look at this. Should they develop this professionally? Yes. At those time of 3 or 4 or 5 years. Afterwards, they are just a normal kid doing the normal things. They are not a career. You are not developing something by doing a career. What happens in our mind? Arey, maine tennis mein dal diya. It is like, you know what? It's like, yes, for you it is at one level because you have got your own challenges that we are going to talk about. But what therefore you should understand it, your ability to look at these and develop the child is very important. And that is why I always say, now many a times children come at the age of 16 and 17. Now when do you think the child is going to lose more? At the earlier age group or at the higher age group? Higher or lower? Higher age group? So think about it, the real competition at the lower age group or higher age group? For example, when I will tell you this statistic. When I was working with Ankita about 9 years back, we were just trying to look at the data. And you know what the data showed? And that time she was India #1. You know what the data showed? The data showed that she was winning 50% of her matches. So at that level, she's winning only 50% of the matches and she's India #1. So look at all those players who are in the top 50 of India, they are losing more than less. So think about it. The child is going to lose more. The emotional impact at that age, when they really realize, oh my God, this is a career at the age of 17 and 18, that time they're going to realize. That time is where the need for real success is. Do you agree? Not early on, but that time. So you have to equip them with those mental skills at that age, not earlier, not even later. At that age, they should be ready mentally, along with the technical and tactical and physical aspects that are already taken care of at the earlier age group. And that is why there are building blocks. But if you start developing the mental skills at the age of 16 and 17, where at the competitive age results are going to happen, mind is not going to suddenly develop these processes. If at the age of 16 you start learning a forehand, do you think forehand you're going to get? No, you know how many hours you have spent, 10,000 hours, Sundar Iyer sir was saying, on getting that forehand right. What do you think? Mind in one thing is going to say, believe in yourself. You'll say, believe in myself. No, it's a process. You have to develop it at the right age. Because the child is developing at that age. He has to understand these concepts in the right way. And that is why the child has to learn the basics first. Understand what the mind is all about. And so that at the age of 16, when the child has gone into senior athlete level, that time they are not talking about mental training basics. That time they are talking about mindset mastery. Because if you want to survive the senior athlete and go to becoming a star athlete, what is required? Mastery, right? That's what we want, to be masters. Only then can you reach the top. If at the senior athlete level you're not getting that kind of consistent success, you're not going to be able to improve. So when we talk about mental training basics, of course, these are the 6 things that we know. Right? I don't want to spend too much of time on it. But what should we really look into it is the question. For each of these things is very easy to talk, but very difficult to actually build that. And initially it's important to build that through the right process. Now from that I'm going to talk about sports parents, because that's important. How much time? 5 minutes? Okay. So I'm going to talk about sports parents. For me data is very important. And I've worked with hundreds and hundreds of sports parents, and I've been collecting data over the last 3 years on what sports parenting is. And look at all these challenges. And when you look at this data, you will see that the topmost, of course, is areas related to mindset. The second topmost is dealing with competition stress. And the third is balancing academies and sports, right? This is the data of almost 200 odd parents. So these are the top 3 things, challenges of sports parents. The question is, if these top 3 things are there, are you really working on it? Or are you waiting? Because you're wishing, hoping, praying. But why that wish, hope, pray happens? Why it happens? Because when you see the player suddenly play well in that match, you will say, no problem. Then again he'll lose 2 matches. Then again he'll play well in practice. You'll say, theek. Then he'll play good in 1 match or win a tournament. Theek. What is happening in your mind? You're looking so much from a problem solution approach. You're not able to go beyond that. And that's what is very important. So these 3 quick challenges I'm going to talk about. Comparing with others. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Why comparing with others? Because today children at different age groups are maturing different. If you look at 2 14-year-olds, will they be at the same age? They'll be at the same age. But the skeletal maturity will be different. The mental maturity will be different. The physiological height and weight will be different. So today you will see that the same age group, 14-year-old is like this. After 2 years, this guy would have gone ahead. Automatically, he's going to get a different advantage. So he will earlier get beaten, afterwards he will start beating. So that advantage is going to shift. But don't compare, because you're not comparing the right things. You want early results, and therefore in your mind you should know what do results really mean. What is the connotation of result? If your connotation of result is winning tournaments, that's your fault, not the child's fault. If your connotation of results is getting into top 10 in India, that is your fault, not the child's fault. Just look at the ITA data from last 7 years back. If you look at ITA data, those who are playing under 14 and India top 10, today at the age of 18, not even 10 players are there. Of top 50, not even 5 players are playing senior. Where have they gone? India top 10, parents like you who have struggled and done so much for their child. They have not had anything. Why? Because they burnt out on their journey. Yes, within that, like Manas, within that journey, they naturally, because of their talent, suddenly went up, had a different, that is different. Ranking is, I'm not saying ranking is not important, but not the expense of development. Development is first, growth is second, and then third is ranking and what you want, not the other way around. Is sports parenting different from normal parenting? Please, friends, understand this. Sports parenting is different. You need to understand this. As normal parents, nobody needs to be taught about safety and security and all this thing. You don't need to be taught about that. But as a sports parent, you need to learn what your child is going through. Let me tell you one thing, very, very clear, very important. In your life as adults, we go through our own challenges. Financial challenges, relationship challenges, investment. There's so many things we go through. And in those 4 to 5 days, those were dark days for us. Do you agree? Dark days, difficult days. Negative thoughts, cannot sleep. So stressful, heart racing, not having that comfort feeling. Do you want those days again? You don't want. Say, Bhagwan, kuch bhi kar, wo din mat leke aa. Your child is going through that exact emotional trauma every time he loses and come back. You have to be mindful of what your child goes through, so that you'll stop scolding your child. But if you think of how much ever mistakes the only one thing that you're going to take away today, I'm never going to scold my child, even for the worst ever performance it does. Because that's not your job. Your only number one job is this. You are the CEO of your child's growth. As a CEO, you're supposed to look at it third party. What is the growth? What are my long-term goals? 5 years? What is the right team that I want? That is your job. Your job is to look at microscopic failures and successes. That's very important for you to understand. We have got a sports parents corner. So what we have done, because we have seen this is an initiative that we have got, where throughout the year, sports parents continuously get different ebook guides, resources, blogs. We have written hundreds of them on our website, right? Please start nurturing yourself. Please start learning as a sports parent, how do I want the growth of my child to be? Create a plan of action. Create the right goals. Have those, okay, if this happens, what? This happens, what? When your mind is relaxed, you are not going to be so concerned. Your child is going to be relaxed at home. But if your mind is up and down for every failure, then of course your child is going to feel the pressure. No parent wants to put pressure, but the child is nevertheless going to feel pressure. That you need to understand it. So anyways, don't leave mental training. I think so it's very important. Along with your technical and physical training, you need to start developing your child. Mental part, don't take it lightly, don't take it to risk, because today that is one of the other competitive edges that your child needs to develop, along with the other things that you're obviously developing. Wonderful, it was wonderful to talk to you. Thank you so much, Mslta again, and thank you all of you.
Amazing, Swaroop. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
हा जादूगार माणूस आहे, लोकांना बदलून टाकतो, त्यामुळे सांभाळून राहा. So, quick one. We have 2 mics here. I'm sure you have questions. Does anyone want to go first? Swaroop, bas. Would you like to sit, Swaroop? Presentation फारच चांगलं होतं, कोणाला प्रश्नच नाही येत सडनली. सगळंच समजून टाकलंस तू.
Wonderful.
So, can I ask you something? Amongst all of us as parents, we are learning. जसं आमची मुलं टेनिस शिकतायत, तसं आम्ही त्यांचे पॅरेंट कसं व्हायचं तेही शिकत असतो ॲज अ स्पोर्ट्समन पॅरेंट.
So we also have a lot of emotions as parents, which we try not to show. पण एक पॅसिव्ह अग्रेसिव्हनेस येत असतो.
बरोबर.
ओके, आणि मुलं कुठल्याही वयाची असली, 8 असू दे, 12 असू दे, 14 असू दे, दे पिकअप ऑन सिग्नल्स व्हेरी क्विकली.
Agreed.
सो एक म्हणजे अर्धे टेक्निक्स फॉर पॅरेंट्स दॅट आम्ही स्वतःला कंट्रोल करू शकू एक. आणि दुसरी गोष्ट, मुलाला फक्त पॉझिटिव्ह बोलून तो बरा होईल का?
Barabar. Good, very good question. First of all, I think so, parents need to acknowledge the fact that you are as emotionally invested in your child's journey as your child. You are going to feel their emotions. So first is acknowledge you're going to feel the emotions. When you acknowledge and accept that you're going to feel the emotions, automatically what happens? You will then learn. So there is a simple technique that I can teach, which we teach athletes. Of course, there's a process of teaching. Again, things seem very simple, so I don't like to give techniques, but I'll give that technique over here. So that's called as a AAA technique. Okay, what is a AAA technique? Whenever you're playing the game, first be aware. Only when you're aware, you accept, quickly accept, then you can apply. What can you apply? You can either apply a breathing technique or a self-talk. That is the process. But this same AAA technique can be used by parents. Whenever you're feeling anything, right? When you're feeling like getting angry, kind of a body language kind of a thing, immediately create a cue. So it's called as creating a cue, right? No, AAA, or no, be aware. Something that you will tell yourself. Why is this important? Because remember, for as parents, what is your job when you're on the court? Your job is not to react, but to respond. There is a difference between reacting and responding. Reacting is subconscious, body language, come on, and play. Children are going to see that. Do you agree? Children are going to see that. Okay? But your job is to respond. You might feel whatever inside, but on your face, you're supposed to be stoic. Give those words of encouragement. Okay? No problem. Whatever, that's okay. Okay? But remember, your body language says more than your talk. Your body language says that more than your talk. The second thing that I would share over here is, in fact, there is a YouTube video that I have made just 2 weeks back. You should surely look at it if you want to. The worst place to be with your child after a match. Can anybody guess what is that worst place? Huh? Yes, absolutely right. I've made a video of what you should do when you're sitting in the car. Surely watch, it's important. The worst place to sit is in the car, where your child is beside you, and you are bursting to talk, right? Kya ho gaya? Kya nahi? And that is the time you should not. And that is why I think so, along with the AAA, the second technique or the second principle that you should have is listen more, talk less. That is your job after failure. Okay? So these are two things.
अवघड आहे.
अवघड तर आहेच. सी हा म्हणला अवघड आहे, पण अवघड आहेच. मुलांना तुमच्यापेक्षा दुप्पट अवघड आहे. So you better get on with it and train yourself for that. Simple as that. It's not supposed to be simple, Baba. This journey is tough for you as well as your child. Yes.
Thank you for the session. Very interesting. As parent, can you guide us on how should this process be? Should there be like a mental trainer, and this should be happening on an ongoing basis? How should that be? That is one. Two is there are different actors. There is the parent, there is the athlete, and there is their academy and coach. How do you introduce this? Because it should be in an acceptable equilibrium.
Good question. Whenever parents come to me and they talk about how this introduction should happen, at least for me, my company and my coaches whom I've trained, and now we have got a team of 6 coaches. For me, it's very simple. This is not a psychology to be solved. This is not a problem. It's training. Train your mind the way you train your body. Why? To enhance performance, to get consistent performance. When you tell this to your child, is your child going to say, okay, I'll go and talk? Not a big deal. But if you say, oh, you're going for a psychology session, what's going to happen? So how you pitch it is important. So at one level, it is a mistake of the ecosystem. Till now, we have been talking only about the problem solution point of view, right? But this is completely different. I want you, therefore, to start looking at differently. The second is what should happen? How should you go about it? Should be 1 session, 2 sessions? So what since you've asked this question, what I'll tell you how I look at it. See, we have to create goals. That is important. You're not coming for one session, nevertheless nothing is going to happen. Let us say if the child is from 9 years to 12 years. We have certain goals. We decide the certain goals. These are the 3 things we want. For example, 9 to 12 years. What are the things we want? What he should do before the match. What he should do when things change during the match. What he should do after the match. And fourth, when he goes back, how should he have a learning process and then go about doing his life. Barabar? These are the 4 things we want to teach. Now, can it be taught in one go? No. Why? Because let us say teach him. Now, child at 9 to 12, they'll give feedback. Ki sir, aisa hua, I did that. Then we will know. Because how will we know what's going on inside? So that feedback process is more important. So I always say session is not important. What is important? The space between the sessions. The space between the sessions is where we really understand if the child has understood, applying, not applying, what he's gone through, then he comes to us. Now in technique also this is what is happening. What is happening? When player is hitting, it is going in the nets. The coach is there. The coach can see, he is giving immediate feedback. Right? So it's a feedback process where we refine and then make that skill happen. That has to happen for a certain period of time. So that's why what we have got programs. For example, we have got a mental game starter program for 9 to 12 years, where we say, okay, we'll create goals, 6 sessions, we'll learn things, they'll do weekly exercises, we'll tell you, then maintain. But again, if you don't maintain, what's going to happen? The child is going to go through, because mind, you have to hold it, right? You have to maintain it. If you don't maintain, what will happen? It will go down. It will. Because mind is difficult to control. Technique, every day you're doing it. Training, this has to be trained. Then let us say the child is 13 to 16. Then what we do? We have a more holistic program. Right? Now, whenever parents first call, they say, we are looking at long-term development, holistic. They say all this. But when they actually come and say 6 months, 6 months. So, kuch to de do na 2 mahine ke liye. See, this is the thing that happens. Why? And I tell you why. The reason is obviously financial. And I understand it. I understand the financial challenges that athletes and parents actually go through. But you got to allocate a budget. Whatever that budget is, you got to say, okay, for mental training, this is my budget. Then that's fine. But if you don't allocate a budget, then what is happening? Then you are making it, you want the lowest kind of a thing to get maximum. How is that going to happen? That won't happen for physical, that won't happen for technical, that's not going to happen for mental. And that's why you go in for piecemeal approaches. And that is why I feel, start small, but start steady, develop the child at the right age. And our job is to complement the efforts that the coach is making. Coach is also talking psychology. You are also talking psychology. But our job is to give them those expert tips, those techniques, those tools, which they train over a period of time so that they're able to manage those challenges in their game. So we have got tie-up with academies, we work with individual athletes. So it depends on how the whole thing goes.
We'll just take one last question. Does anybody have anything? Yeah.
बरोबर. हो. Agreed. Ekdam barobar. Agreed. See, it's very difficult to know now how do you push, how much to push, when to push, how much to allow him to do that. And I think so I looked at about fitness, but more importantly I find this about nutrition also. Right? Many people, parents are saying, okay, diet kara, ma mulga karat nahi, ma chidchid hote. That becomes a narrative, right, about it. So, I think so on a broader level, you should understand your child first from your child point of view. If the child is really tired, ऊन लागले, हे लागले, काही होणार नाही समजतो एक दिवस फिटनेसला गेला नाही तर काही होणार नाहीये, काही फरक पडणार नाहीये, राईट? अलाव हिम टू रेस्ट. डाएट म्हणजे असं नाही की त्यांनी दुसरं काही खाल्लं, राईट, थोडंसं काहीतरी खाल्लं तर सडनली बॉडी चेंज होते, असं नाही होणार आहे. डाएट व्हेन इज इट मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टंट की अबाउट 3 to 4 days बिफोर द मॅच or even 1 day before the match, you need to have that real nutrition so that during the match days, the tournament, you should know what to it. But समज tournament आहे 1 महिन्यानंतर आणि समज थोडे इकडे एक दोनदा काही इकडे तिकडे मजा केली खाल्ली, बिघडत नाही. ती normalcy is more important. The child should not feel I'm missing out on something. But the third most important thing that parents should do, don't connect everything to sport. See, what is it? Diet नहीं किया ना, देख तेरा career का क्या होगा. See, it is almost like a dhamki. Right? If you go, like beyond a certain limit, child is going to say, okay, I will not do. Because child has no understanding of the connotation of it. So don't connect everything to the sport per se. You're not doing, oh, don't worry, beta, don't worry. See, child feels, I'll give you another example of this, very important. I want you to all understand it. Whenever child is complaining to you, telling you something, sharing something to you, do you want that to happen? You want that to happen. Who else is the child going to go to? Right now, for your children, parents are God. They are the only people who they can go, complain, cry, be emotional, say something, I want to leave the game. That doesn't, oh, I want to leave the game. That doesn't mean he's going to leave the game. Right? The important thing for you guys to ensure is that you don't keep judging your child for everything he's saying. Because the child is going to say these things. I always say, in cricket, how do you catch a ball? If you catch a ball like this, what will happen? The ball will go. How do you catch a ball? You catch a ball like this and keep it to your chest. That is how you should catch your child every time. That is your job as a parent. Every time the child is failing or falling, catch him to your heart. When you do that, you will get the right answers. Right? That's very important.
We have one last question over there and then we'll say thank you.
Yes, thank you for the amazing session, and thanks to MSLT and PYC too. Thanks to MSLT and PYC too.
Thank
yes.
you.
So my question is, if you can guide us for the basic routine or basic things to follow for a player on daily basis, 2-3 things, and for mental fitness definitely, and for parents also, so that they will come to the level of responding instead of reacting. Daily, what can they do?
So you're basically asking what routines or what small
routine,
2 or 3 things
yes.
you should follow
Yes.
as a player,
Yes.
so that he's on the path of mental training.
Yes.
And similarly, for
For
parents
parents.
like us to learn, do we have any routines that we can follow?
Yes.
Routines or some small exercises.
See, I think so. Again, as I said, I'm not a fan because every child is different. I don't want to give something off the cuff because it is not the right approach. But still, since you have asked it, I think so it's very important that as a parent, you develop the right, at home, the right routines when you ensure that you switch off the mobiles, okay? Ensure that certain simple disciplines are met. A simple thing like tidying the bed is one of the most important skills you can teach your child. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, tidying a bed is a task, right? When you're tuning your child to saying, Baba, ye to karna hi hai. You are providing him with it's a mental routine. So these mental routines are very important because that's disciplining the child against the child's wishes. So you might think it's mundane, but think about it, it's not mundane. It's a very important thing, right? So start with these things. Your mobile should ensure, first of all, I'm not a fan of why. First, I don't understand why. As parents, you should give a mobile to your child. I'm telling you, it's your mistake. If you're giving a mobile to your child, if you're keeping an iPad at home for them to keep browsing and seeing 2 ghanta dekh raha hai, it is not right. Simple. It is not right. It is not done. It's your fault. Take cognizance of it. If that is one thing you're doing, stop that. Tell the child, ki Baba, this is not allowed. I have made a mistake. I made a mistake. But hafte mein ek baar tu dekh sakta hai, kabhi 15-20 minute dekha, but that's it. That is not a toy. You're not supposed to seek pleasure every day. We are today in the zone of seeking pleasure. We don't need pleasure every day. Sunday is only once in a week. Every day if you have Sunday, will we enjoy it? So we don't have to need entertainment every day. First of all, as an ecosystem, we need to understand that. But these 2 things, if you start, that'll be great. And for you also as sports parents, your training is your do's and don'ts for your family system, for your culture that you have got. for your ecosystem in your family, how do you want to raise your child? As a wonderful tennis player, as a brilliant student, and more important, with the right values and ethics. What is the journey that's going to happen over the last 5 years? That's the number one question you start asking. When you go back today, do this homework. You doing a homework daily is important. What do I want him to be 5 years down the line? And that's just not from a tennis point of view, from an overall point of view. When you do this homework, you'll realize you're looking at your child in a broader way and not just game specific. And that itself is a good game changer or a starting point for you to start looking at a child differently.
Fantastic.
Thank
You so much, Swaroop. I think we
Thank
should give him a big round of applause. He's a powerhouse of knowledge. We're going to take a 5-minute break. There's tea and coffee behind. Only 5 minutes. We're running slightly late on schedule. Jyoti Kayarkar will be the next presenter, and she's going to let everybody stay for her lecture because she's going to be talking about how to prevent injuries when you're quite young as you load your body and it goes ahead. So quickly in 5 minutes, have your teas and coffees. There are toilets right back there, and let's come back in 5 minutes.
दोन्ही व्हेगन आणि व्हेजिटेरियन. सो ज्यांना आहे त्यांनी घ्या आणि ज्यांना नाही मिळाले त्यांनी राधिकाला कॉन्टॅक्ट करा.
हाय, चहा कॉफी बरं होतं का? सगळे जागे झाले का? Okay, let me introduce our next presenter, Jyoti Kayarkar. She's a physiotherapist. She used to play tennis under Hemant sir for years, and she pursued physiotherapy and specialized in sports. Guys, can you quieten down? So Jyoti pursued physiotherapy and she specialized in sports. She was the team physio for the women's rugby team in 2010 at the Asian Games. She's taken up assignments with the boxing team for India, badminton, as well as tennis. She co-founded the team Physiotherapy Services in 2007. Please welcome Jyoti, and she'll be talking to us.
Thank you so much, everyone. On this day of Women's Day, I wish everyone a very happy Women's Day. I also thank Hemant sir, Sundar sir, Manoj sir, MSLTA and PYC for having me over. I know it's been quite an extensive morning from 9 to 12 now, so I can see the exhausted faces. So what I had actually thought of talking based on Women's Day today was something catering to female athletes, but I've just decided to change because seeing the audience, we'll take up a little bit about, actually I'm going to combine what Dr. Swaroop said and just make it like into a holistic thing. बरेच प्रश्न होते की आता आम्ही काय करायचं, कसं मॉनिटर करायचं. So this is what I will be focusing on or trying to say today. Okay. So can I have 2 10-year-old, maybe a girl and a boy, or maybe two any 10-year-olds? Okay, 12-year-old, anyone who's okay to come? Volunteers, I just need 2 volunteers. Areva, yeah. Can you come on the stage? Please give them a big hand. Thank you. Yeah. So, तुझं नाव सांग?
मल्हार.
Malhar?
Hridaya.
Hridaya. Okay. Malhar and Hridaya. Okay, so they are 10 years. And Malhar, तू किती वर्षांपासून टेनिस खेळतोयस? 2 years. Hridaya? 1 year. Okay. So now I'm going to ask them to do push-ups. Can you do push-ups for us? Are you here? Okay, you can start. Okay. Excellent. Perfect. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Malhar. Thank you. You can go back to your places. Okay, so the reason I did this was that this is an age of development. Okay, no 2 10-year-olds are going to be the same. Okay, girls and boys, they grow at different ages. So this was just a slide representing all the fabulous tennis players that India has, and I'm so proud that majority of them are from our city. Yeah. So girls and boys, they mature differently. Okay, so girls will generally peak at an age between 10 and 12, and the boys will peak at an age between, say, 13 to 15. Okay. So now what we have to take into account is when we are designing their training, or there were some questions that आम्ही शाळेनंतर किती तास पाठवायचं, टेनिसला किती तास पाठवायचं, फिटनेसला किती तास पाठवायचं, मेंटल ट्रेनिंग कधी करायचं, so on and so forth. So it all depends on these 3 factors. One is chronological age, म्हणजे त्यांचा ॲक्च्युअल वय किती आहे, त्यांचा बर्थडे कधी आहे. ओके, ट्रेनिंग एज, किती वर्ष ते तो स्पोर्ट खेळतायत. Okay, and then the last one is the biological age. की त्यांचे ते ग्रोथ फेजमध्ये आहेत का आता, what stage of growth and maturity are they going through. A 10-year-old is probably approaching or seeing, a 10-year-old girl is probably just hitting her maturity. You can see some early signs of puberty, okay, whereas a boy, he has a long way to go, okay. So the training load, तुम्ही काय काय त्याच्यावरती training load देऊ शकता, हे differ करतं, okay. So that was my point of emphasizing that. I think Swaroop sir and Radhika must have already touched upon this, that between the age of 6, we are mainly going to focus more on coordination-based, we are trying to train coordination-based foundations of the sport. Between the age of 9 to 12, it's actually called as the golden age of motor learning. This is where when your brain is developing really fast, so your body-mind coordination is happening at a much faster rate, plus thoda sa attention span, memory, all of these things are also happening much better at this age. So it's a nice training age. Okay, so lot can be achieved in this age group. Although you have to again make sure that are they hitting puberty, because things change during that time. And then after that, 12 to 15, it's all about refining things, okay? So someone said that at what age can we start playing tournaments, and Hemant sir has likely he has given us a guideline that try and keep just 2 tournaments and then few weeks of training. So this is what the slide is saying, that you first have to get the basics, the fundamentals correct. Dr. Swaroop also mentioned that it's a process, okay? And what are the fundamentals? The fundamentals of, tennis is a very demanding game. It is something which is very, very unique. It's a unique sport, okay? There are, overhead movements are involved. It's not like a short span of exercise like athletics or something where you will just require a 100-meter sprint. It is a combination of things, okay? And that's why your training also has to happen considering all these factors together. So you will need a lot of these coordination training drills, especially at this age, because the body is developing, okay? Then we move on to something more of like skill-based training. Then is performance training, where all these little things matter. Although when you start all of these things, like Dr. Swaroop said, just pangrunachi ghadi ghalayla shikwa, because that is also training them for something. Ultimately, that is a holistic development of the person as an athlete and person as a human being as well. So all these little things will matter in these initial age, but as they get more, as their training age advances, you can slowly start training them for higher performance-based trainings. So I get a lot of adolescent teens, पाय दुखतात, रात्री खूप पाय दाबून द्यायला सांगतो, okay? A very common symptom. How many of you over here get night pains? पाय कुणाचे दुखतात? पावलं दुखतात आणि आईला सांगतात चेपून द्या. Is that very common? Yeah. So it is very natural to have this. So what is the difference between when to see a doctor and what are the natural growing pains? Okay, so natural growing pains usually will happen in the night. They won't just happen to one side. Usually डावा पाय दुखला तर उजवा पाय पण काही प्रमाणात दुखत असतो, पण maybe उजव्या पायाचं काम जास्त पडतं म्हणून you feel it more on the right. Okay, there should be no swelling or काही लाल असं काही गरम असं सांध्यावरती काही सूज बीज नसली पाहिजे. आणि तुमचे डे टू डे ॲक्टिव्हिटीजमध्ये काही दुखलं नाही पाहिजे, म्हणजे दॅट इज अ ग्रोईंग पेन. ओके, दॅट इज परफेक्टली नॉर्मल. सगळ्या मुलांना होतं. जेव्हा आपलीच मुलं एकदम लहान होती तेव्हा वी यूज टू, आता तर काय एवढे मोबाईल आपण इतके फोटो काढतो, एव्हरी मूल रांगायला लागलं की एवढे फोटो असतात, तशीच ही स्टेज आहे. ओके, सो इट्स जस्ट अ नॅचरल एज ग्रोईंग प्रोसेस. Whereas if the pain is there on other movements also, किंवा swelling आहे, so you definitely have to see a physiotherapist or your doctor and get it sorted out as soon as possible without putting too much of training load on that part. Okay, because हे आता अजून growing bones आहेत. तुम्ही जेवढं त्याला लवकर इंटरव्हेन्शन, अर्ली इंटरव्हेन्शन जेवढं कराल तेवढं आपले कॉम्प्लिकेशन्स पुढे कमी होतील आणि मुलांना आपल्याला खेळापासून दूर पण खूप जास्त दिवस नाही ठेवायला लागणार जर तुम्ही वेळेत त्याची काळजी घेतली तर. अँड एव्हरीवन नोज द इनिशियल few things that everyone has to do is rice. So you have to start by resting that part. You have to put a lot of ice. Okay, so all these things have to be done when you start feeling an unusual kind of a pain. So मुलांनी हे रिपोर्ट करायचं आहे त्यांच्या पेरेंट्सना. Okay, so I'm going to come to that part. So just like I said, I think Aditi is also going to touch upon this, but mulancha, it's not only for girls, but it is also for boys, because boys are also undergoing sort of a puberty. So during that phase, the training load can come down. It doesn't have to be the same, okay? पण हे फक्त आपल्याला ट्रॅक करायला लागतं, हे मॉनिटर करायला लागतं. ठीक आहे. सो समजा खूप बॅक पेन असेल, खूप सारखं गुडघे दुखत असतील किंवा सारखं अँकल स्प्रेन होत असेल तर प्लीज गेट इट सॉर्टेड, गेट इट इव्हॅल्युएटेड की का असं होत आहे. हां. सो कॉमन टेनिस इंजुरीज आर युजली मेजॉरिटी विल हॅव बॅक पेन, देन अ फ्यू पर्सेंटेज वुड बी शोल्डर, एल्बो, knee, ankle, but majority that is how those body parts are put through a lot of demand every day, day in, day out. Nutrition in this stage is very, 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 very important. And like Dr. Swaroop just mentioned, it is not like a very rigid protocol, but you need to try and more or less half of your plate should be of carbohydrates, okay? 1/4 of your plate should be some proteins, 1/4 of your plate should be, this I've taken from the WTA website, so you'll easily find it, but you can take photos, no problem. 1/4 would be colorful vegetables, fruits, all of that, and a lot of water. ओके. सो लहान मुलांमध्ये युजली इंजुरी होतेच कशाला. ओके, आपण त्यांना आता सगळं शिकवतोय, व्यवस्थित सगळं हे करतोय. सो मोस्ट इज टू मच टू सून कधी कधी असतं. ओके, कधी कधी पॉस्चर, अ लॉट ऑफ पेरेंट्स दे हॅव दिस कंप्लेन टू मी ऑल द टाइम, अँड as parents you have to understand that they are growing, so they are also adjusting to their bodies. During the growth phase, the bones grow faster, the muscles take a little longer time to adjust to that new height. Okay, so they are a little lanky, they don't know how to sit, plus the mobiles are not helping. So you will see a 15-year-old or a 12-year-old in a very, very bad posture, sitting and in their free time or studying in a very bad posture, and this has implications because this is going to put a little load on their body parts, mainly the shoulder, the neck, the low back, all of that. Okay, so you have to be aware, don't nag them, but if you tell the kids that this is what will happen, I think they will also be mindful and try at least and not sit in a wrong posture. I will just talk a little bit about this. Dr. Swaroop did talk a lot about mental conditioning. So now the focus of our warm-ups these days is more about doing neuromuscular training. So these are very small body movements done very mindfully. So when you are connecting your mind and your body and doing some very basic simple things like standing on one leg, balancing, doing some hand exercises, but you're mindful of your body, you're mindful that you are in that stage, you're mindful of your breathing. So you're tackling many aspects which are required for the sport. Okay, so that is what neuromuscular training is, and that is a very, very important part of prehab, injury prevention, your daily warm-ups. Some part or the other in your routine, there would be some exercises which are catering to this. Okay? So as physiotherapists, I did talk about malalignment and all of that. So what are we tracking? How do we know if the child, like suppose Hridaya and Mallar, they both are playing for 1 hour, 2 hours, then how is it that they are landing or they are approaching the shot properly? So what as physiotherapists we do is, we do some tennis-based movement screening. Okay, it's called as movement screening, and we see how your body is aligned, and the most important part is how your hips and your knees and your ankles are aligned. Because in a sport like tennis, you need very good control of your spine, because tennis is all a rotatory kind of a sport. Plus you need to be very springy on your legs, so you need good ankle mobility, you need good knee control. Okay, so we just ask them to do a simple squat and see how the child is doing the squat. Now, even if we have trained them for a squat, sometimes during their growth phase, during their peak height velocity, एकदम जेव्हा 2-3 सेंटीमीटरनी उंची वाढते, this goes off, okay, and that is what needs to be monitored. आपण त्यांना सगळं व्यवस्थित शिकवलंय, strength and conditioning coach is doing properly, they are training every day, it's part of their warm-up routine, but sometimes this will go off because they are in that phase of puberty. So you just have to bear in mind that, and you need to monitor. Also, this is something called as a plyometric readiness sort of guideline, I would say. So during their growth spurt, so you will obviously have to monitor height and their weight, so that you will catch that phase when they are in that peak growth spurt. You will monitor the knee pain, and most importantly, whether the squat technique that I showed, whether that is being done correctly, whether they can maintain all of that. ते झाल्यानंतरच त्यांना लॉट ऑफ जम्पिंग ड्रिल्समध्ये इन्व्हॉल्व करायचं आहे. हे सगळं व्यवस्थित नसेल तर शक्यतो अवॉइड करा. द चाइल्ड स्टिल नीड्स टू डू सम बेसिक एक्सरसाइजेस फर्स्ट टू गेट द फाउंडेशन्स राईट, अँड देन द चाइल्ड विल बी रेडी to take the pressure of the pounding, jumping sort of exercises. If you introduce it too soon, then you are causing the child to have some overuse injuries. Okay? So the basic 6 principles of injury prevention are having good mobility, good flexibility, muscle strength like Bendre sir suggested, endurance, motor control training is same as neuromuscular training, and most important, rest and recovery. Okay? Cramping in too many things is just not giving the kids enough rest. They are not getting recovered. We'll come to that soon. Also, at a younger age, if the child is playing multiple sports, that really helps, because each sport has their unique sort of movement patterns. Like if the child is playing, say, football and tennis, great, because football is teaching them different skills which will help tennis. Maybe he wants to do a career in tennis, no problem. But if you see all the elite players, they did some other sport as well. So in some of the countries, in fact, they have a off-season and in-season kind of a sport, where winters are harsh, they do some indoor sport where tennis can't be played. Something like that. So at least introduce them to one sport till they are about 12, 13, along with tennis. I'm not saying stop tennis, but along with that, this will definitely help. It will also create a little, mentally also they'll be a little eased up. This was an interesting study. This was done in Pune, in Chandrasekhar Agashe College. And what was the reason for athlete dropout? So majority, usually athletes, they, like we touched upon this morning, that they have to then choose at a point when they are 18 to 21, that do I want to take sports as a career or what is it? So majority of the athletes, they drop out in that age of 18 to 21 towards competitive this thing. but majority was because of injuries that they dropped out. Okay, so this is something which we can definitely work on and prevent this kind of a scenario. Okay, so now I request all the parents of the younger kids to, we Indians, we really don't have a very good discipline of documenting things. We don't document things. And now with the mobile and AI, it is so easy. All you have to do is, there are so many good apps or just a basic spreadsheet or whatever, or a good old fashioned wahi pen, just track all of these things. You first do it as a parent of younger kids, and then the older kids can soon take it up as a responsibility, because this will give us a lot of things on which training can be based on. It will help the coaches. It will help you answer your questions that should I give rest to my child today? काल पण सुट्टी झाली, आज पण सुट्टी झाली, खूप बुडतंय, मग आज जायचं का नाही जायचं? All those questions are going to be addressed if we just get a little disciplined and maintain a log. Okay, so what are we going to maintain? We are going to first maintain in this age group of 8 to about 15, 16, I would say, maintain a basic growth chart of having your height and weight monitored at least every 2 to 3 months. Okay, then for the girls, your menstrual cycle tracking, injury surveillance, like have you had any injuries? Did you have to go to the physio? What was the nature of the injury? Vagare, vagare. Okay, so it will look something like this. So Ananya is 15 years old. She plays athletics. She's 160 centimeters. Her weight is 50. Her BMI is 19.5. She had a minor ankle sprain, and her menstrual health is regular. Okay, so that would what it would look like. Also, psychological and social well-being. So this would be, and Swaroop sir, has he left? Okay, maybe he would have thrown some light, but yeah. Were there any stressors? Okay, was the academic load too much? So yeah, there was some exam stress. So maybe on 2nd Feb, the academic load was high, and that's why the stress levels on a scale of 1 to 5 was 4. Okay, then this is something what performance and training metrics. So fitness testing, skill development, and something called as rate of perceived exertion. Like you've done, like your today's routine was supposed to be like an agility drill, and your trainer has designed a 45 minutes of agility training. So you have to then ask yourself that at the end of the session, how much did you feel that particular drill was on a scale of 0 to 10, how difficult was it for you? Okay, in terms of difficulty level as in the skill level, and in terms of did it make you very tired? Okay, so that is what it is. It is called as rate of perceived exertion. Okay, so that is also a good way of monitoring to know whether we are overtraining the kid or there is still potential, we can push the kid a little. And when we have something in black and white, it is very, very easy to show our kids as well. So the example of this thing would be like, on this particular day, endurance training was done for 45 minutes. My RPE was 6 on 10. Average heart rate was 145. I slept for 7 hours and I felt good. But the next day was strength training of 60 minutes. But my RPE was 8. Average heart rate was 160. I slept only for 6 hours and I'm slightly fatigued. So next day, my training would be something else based on this. Okay, just moving ahead, this would be something, how many push-ups were done in the strength test, what was the agility, and the progress is on track. We have talked quite a lot about balancing academics and sports, so I'll move on. So basically, in a nutshell, this is the minimum that you need to monitor on a daily basis. So your fitness testing should be done quarterly. Training load has to be done daily, where you are monitoring your heart rate, your respiratory rate, growth and height should be done monthly. Injury, if there is any, psychologically, whatever, confidence, stress levels to be done monthly, and sleep and nutrition to be done weekly or daily. Okay, so these are all the things that if you monitor, it will be good. I think I'll move on. Yeah, so this was the tennis specific movement screening that we generally do, and which these are the things that we look into. Most primary thing is the posture, the ankle, how the ankle flexibility is, single leg stability, okay, deceleration mechanics, how, because tennis is more of side to side sort of a sport, then what is the quality of the movement for the lateral movements, split step timing, hip rotation, landing mechanics, and change of direction mechanics. Okay, so all of this is like a movement based where we ask the athlete to perform these, and then visually wherever we find that the body is not stable, body needs more attention, certain aspects of that movement are broken down, exercises are given to stabilize those. Sleep, I will emphasize a lot on sleep. Children of this age should at least have a minimum of 8 hours. Actually, the WHO standard is of 9 to 10 hours, but at least 8 hours of good quality sleep. And how would you recover weekly? Proper nutrition, there is no shortcut to that. Gentle yoga, gentle stretches, meditation, keeping a daily log, a nice warm or a cold shower, and weekly catch up on your sleep. You can do a massage, okay? You can play another sport, socialize, and sometimes swimming can be a form of active recovery. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jyoti. Question and answers for Jyoti, we will do it a little bit later with after Aditi is done. First, let me introduce Aditi. She's going to be our next presenter. Aditi Mutatkar is a former world number 27 ranked in the world badminton player. She did her master's at University of Texas in Dallas, and then she came back to India. She's currently heading the Athlete and Women's Sports Initiative at the Simply Sport Foundation, and she's also part of the founding team there. In the last 4 years, she's impacted over 15,000 athletes and coaches through their programs. Under her leadership, Simply Sport has released a pilot study in sports that focuses on the understanding the barriers that women face to enter sports in the ecosystem. It's titled Breaking Barriers for Women in Sports. Please welcome Aditi on stage. We have 2 books here for athletes, for healthy vegetarian food as well as vegan food. After this lecture is done, you can pick it up if you are interested, and they are for free, okay?
Hi guys, hi everybody. I just wanted to thank the Maharashtra State Association, Tennis Association for having me here today. I know all of you are super tired and I know that Jyoti might have felt it in her session as well, and I just want to make sure that, you know, the last 1 hour or less than that we spend together can be a little more interactive, and we can try and answer some questions around things that we maybe don't talk about as much, right? So like he said, I am a former international badminton player. I am from Pune. I've played the Commonwealth Games in 2010 where I won the silver medal. I'm also a national champion across all age categories. I played in the same era as Saina Nehwal. So of course people may not remember me, but but it was great to be with Saina and learn from her. So I have elite athlete experience, and now as I work in this field, through Simply Sport, I also talk to a lot of girl athletes and sort of figure out how we can help them better. Right? So one request that I had was, if at all, we can have all the athletes in the front 2 rows and the parents behind them. Will that work? Yes? Because I want to try and have some conversations with them, ask them a few questions, so it's easier for me to see them. So if the athletes can come in the front and the parents can go behind, also it will make us a little less sleepy, hopefully.
People who have not got books, they will get them later. Just give your name to Radhika, she'll make it available to you after some time.
Perfect. Thank you so much for making that shift. So just to, start off with something where, we can just get a little more active. I just want everybody to stand up. Everybody, all the parents, athletes, everyone. Okay, so I'm going to put this, so we need to take a step forward. If you think these statements are true, if you think they are not, you just stand in your place. Understood? Clear? Instruction clear ahe? Ho, nahi? Okay. Okay, so the first sentence is, worrying about leaks or stains has affected confidence during play for a female athlete. So what does leak and stain mean? When she's on her period, for example, do you think, that can cause some amount of lack of confidence while playing? Yes, no? Can we move forward if it's a yes? Okay. Next, energy levels during training can feel very different during certain days of the menstrual cycle. Do we see a shift in energy? Can we move forward if there is a yes on that? Okay, some are where they are, some have moved forward. Okay, periods have ever made it harder for female athletes to focus, be motivated or perform? Do you think periods makes it difficult to perform? Some are no, great. हाँ कौन बोल रहा है? Anybody moving forward? Any parent thinks so? Oh, okay, so nobody thinks period is a problem. Perfect. We have started on a good note already, sir. Okay. Female athletes are often expected to perform at the same level every month, any part of the cycle. Is that true? Yes? It is true, right? You're supposed to perform at the same level, whatever part of the cycle you are on. Okay. Last one. Athletes have never been taught how to basically understand their menstrual cycle and how it affects training and performance. How many athletes have attended a session or have spoken about menstruation and menstrual cycle before? We have 2, 3, 4. Anybody? Okay, 5. Any parent? 6, okay. Any other parent coach who might have attended a session on this? Okay, cool. Okay, everybody can sit down. I hope everybody is not sleepy anymore a little bit. So we'll move ahead, all right? Okay, so just quick data, and all of this data is from India because we collect a lot of data on menstruation and sport, right? So basically, like ma'am was saying about puberty, right? 58% of affected girls avoid participating in sports during menstruation. A lot of them are not comfortable, right? And we have a lot of dropouts during puberty when a girl hits her period, right? A lot of girls stop playing. There can be misconceptions, there can be discomfort, so on and so forth, right? So it's good that this room believes that that doesn't have to be true, right? Next, 62% of Indian female athletes do not track their periods at all. How many athletes track their period? Okay, there are 2, 3. Okay, so we have majority of the athletes who are not tracking their menstrual cycle, right? Then 54% of women aged 15 to 49 in Maharashtra are anemic. What is anemia? क्या होता है anemia? Can we pass on the mic a little bit? Anybody wants to answer this? What is anemia? Lack of iron. Okay, what else? How does lack of iron impact a female athlete? Low levels of I can't see in the screen, so मैं जो सुनाई दे रहा है उस पर respond करती हूँ. Low levels of hemoglobin, okay? Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, it's low level of hemoglobin, which leads to lower the energy levels.
Okay, so if there is lack of iron, low level of hemoglobin, what will that do to sport? Will she be able to play 100%? Okay, and what about if she has heavy periods? Will that impact anemia? Yes, how will that impact anemia? If you're bleeding more, right, you are going to have more sort of, more danger of anemia, right? Because you're going to lose a lot of blood from your body, which is not normal, right? And we see, and throughout India, not just Maharashtra, anemia for girls is really high. Okay, and as athletes especially, I am anemic. I have a condition of anemia myself because I have thalassemia minor as a condition. I always had it as an athlete. I was diagnosed very later in my career, right? And I never knew that because of all of that, and also because I was a heavy bleeder during my periods, right? I would have more injuries. I didn't know what to eat properly. I didn't have a nutrition plan. I didn't track my cycle. I didn't talk about periods with my coaches or my parents because I thought everything is normal, right? So it's very, very important. That's why that because we are a nation of, generally being anemic, it's important to first get tested, right? And then, of course, make sure that you're tracking that whole journey of making sure you're not anemic as you are an athlete, especially because you have your periods as well, right? Who is this? Okay. Can anybody read the first line for me, any of the athletes here? That is her, Stacy, basically, Mr. Stacy is her coach. Does anybody want to read it? Mike hai? Nobody wants to read it? Yes. The first one.
Arena has a thing of a certain day, like you can see matches where you are like what is going on with her, and it is got to do with her cycle. The timing where she does has no sense of her body. We are working on different things to help that, which are always going to be working on, Stacy said.
Can we have a clap for her? Thank you, thank you. Please sit down, please sit down. So what Coach Stacy is trying to say here is that he recognizes the fact that when Sablanka is on her period, there is a shift that he sees in her performance, right? Something is off sometimes, right? But in the second paragraph, he's also saying that he's not saying that, she needs to start being on birth control or she needs to work according to her cycles and her phases. He's saying having a normal cycle is extremely important for her. Having a cycle which is every month for the days that is supposed to be is extremely important for her. No, she is not talking about, can I take a pill so that I can skip my period during tournaments? What he's saying is we need to learn to manage this. Right? Are we figuring out that difference? He's saying we need to manage our symptoms better. The period is always going to be there. It's a healthy signal. Right? So that is one thing that as parents, as athletes, we have to understand that if you're having your period regularly, you're doing something right. Okay? And we don't need to avoid it. We need to work around what we feel and what are the symptoms that we are sort of engaging with. All right? Okay. So, just to give you a quick brief of what is basically our reproductive system, right? Now, as you see here, basically, एक तो मेरे को ये बोलो कितने openings होते हैं लड़कियों में? How many openings do we have in the reproductive system? How many openings? 1, 2, 3, 3. Yes? And all three have different functions. What are those different functions? Yes.
I don't remember the word.
Anus, vagina,
Anus,
and
the
urethra.
Urethra.
Right? So what is important here to understand, and a lot of girls misunderstand this, right? The urethra and the vagina are two different things. Where you get your period from is not the same place as your urethra, okay? That is something that is important to understand. Urethra is from where you pee, right? And your vagina is from where you get your period blood. So when you actually apply your pads or when you use any of your products, it's important to understand wo place kahan karna hai. A lot of times we don't understand where what is, right? So having that understanding and using of products accordingly becomes really important, right? And this part here is the uterus. Yahan pe sab everything, right, from having a baby to everything. Look at how small that is, but that is where everything, all in terms of reproduction, that is the part where things sort of happen, right? Now, can somebody help me with what is A? A kya hai? What is A? Anyone? Ye hai kya, by the way? What is this? What part is this? Uterus hai, okay? This is your uterus. ओके काय वाटलं तुम्हाला काय बघून काय वेगळं वाटलं नाही काय काहीतरी हँग होतंय स्केलिटन किंवा असं काहीतरी वाटत असेल बट दिस इज आर युटरस ऑल राईट नाव इन योर युटरस बेसिकली दीज आर व्हॉट एनीबडी ये क्या है व्हॉट इज दिस ओव्हरीज राईट सो बेसिकली देर आर 2 ओव्हरीज देन व्हॉट इज बी ओ ते सायन्स टीचर आहात का तुम्ही आहात का म्हणजे नाही तर मग इट इज अ हे ना म्हणजे आपण काय म्हणतो चिटिंग होतीये म्हणून पण नाही बट ग्रेट येस इट्स अ फलोपियन ट्यूब्स राईट व्हॉट इज सी सी इज द uterus lining all right and then D is your vagina okay so that is what a uterus is made up of okay now what is very important to understand here is that periods is not just 3 to 7 days of part where you bleed. That is not just periods, okay? It's a full cycle. पूर्ण 365 डेजची सायकल असते ती आणि त्या सायकलीमध्ये बऱ्याच गोष्टी घडत असतात फॉर अ गर्ल ओके इट इज नॉट रिस्ट्रिक्टेड टू जस्ट हॅव्हिंग युअर पिरियड फॉर 3 to 7 days आणि झालं वेन मॅम वॉज सेईंग यू नीड टू ट्रॅक युअर सायकल व्हॉट शी वॉज ट्राईंग टू से इज की फक्त पिरियड कधी होतात हे लिहून चालत नाही त्याच्या आजूबाजूलाही भरपूर गोष्टी घडत असतात सो इट्स अ फुल सायकल ऑफ 365 days राईट नाव इन टर्म्स ऑफ so there is one phase of course which is menstruation in which you are actually bleeding right that is your 3 to 7 days of menstruation त्याच्यानंतर येतो follicular phase why these phases are important to understand I'll just quickly tell you through a graph but follicular phase मध्ये basically your egg basically जो असतो आपल्या ovaries मध्ये right that starts getting ready because that's where it starts coming out right egg nantar once the egg is formed there is ovulation it starts releasing through your system right ovulation nantar there is a luteal phase where the egg waits for the sperm to come in right आणि जेव्हा तो sperm त्याला मिळत नाही तेव्हा तो पिरियडच्या नावाने बाहेर येतो that is what the whole cycle is but why is it important to understand this because of this graph okay can anybody tell me what are the 2 hormones that are named here what are the 2 hormones that work with our cycle any guesses मी स्लाइड समोर टाकली तर तुम्ही ऍक्च्युली वाचून सांगू शकता बट एनी गेसेस व्हॉट आर द 2 hormones that work with a cycle माझ्या नेहमीच्या आन्सर करणाऱ्या ते सांगतायत मला एस्ट्रोजन आणि प्रोजेस्ट्रॉन राईट दीज आर द 2 hormones that function now do you see this going on this thing this up and down right so every phase मध्ये हा menses is your period phase where both your hormones are actually quite low right and slowly as you start going towards the follicular phase तुम्ही बघताय की एस्ट्रोजन वाढत चाललाय right and then basically you have your progesterone as well आणि मग तिकडे luteal phase ला progesterone वर चाललाय एस्ट्रोजन खाली होतोय आणि then you see a direct drop right so if you understand this the hormones are constantly fluctuating through the cycle and that has different kinds of impact on a female body and mind too because hormones are not going to be the same way throughout राईट. म्हणून आम्ही ट्रॅकिंगबद्दल बोलतोय की हाऊ डज युअर सायकल रिॲक्ट, तुमच्या त्याच्यामुळे काय सिम्पटम्स येतात हे तुम्हाला तुमचं समजणं आणि ते आपल्या कोचेस बरोबर किंवा आपल्या स्टाफ बरोबर कम्युनिकेट करणं खूप गरजेचं होऊन जातं, राईट. So basically what you need to understand here is that there are hormones that are functioning. Estrogen is a good hormone. So when you basically just finish your period, do you feel better overall, more active, more nicer in your head? काय वाटतं मुलींना? Yes, no? What about just before your period? त्याला PMS म्हणतो आपण, right? Premenstrual syndromes, right? There are 365 of them in science. 365 symptoms बायकांचे सापडलेत where बायका can have. So all the husbands here sitting can be a little more empathetic to their wives. But PMS is a real thing, right? And it has around 365 symptoms. Any athlete here की just before period कोणाची बॅक दुखतेय किंवा डायजेशनमध्ये प्रॉब्लेम होतोय असं कोणाला वाटतंय? How many of you? सांगशील काय वाटतं नक्की just before your period? हातवर केलास म्हणून विचारलं.
I mean lower back खूप दुखते, so my back and abdomenच्या खाली खूप जास्त दुखतं. So yeah.
Just before your period.
Heavy वाटतं आणि it's cramps.
Cramps. Okay. Anybody else? Anything before your period starts? कसं कळतं तुम्हाला की आता पिरियड येणार आहे? Any signs? Any signs for that? Uneasy वाटतं. Okay. Anxious वाटतं का? Anxiety असते कशाची? स्ट्रेसमुळे किंवा ह्याच्यामुळे असं काही कोणाला वाटतं का? मेंटली काही सिम्पटम्स दिसतात का? Anybody loses sleep on their periods? झोपत नाही आपण नीट असं होतं का कोणाबरोबर? Anybody? Everybody sleeps peacefully? That's good to know. Okay, cool. So basically one thing that we have to understand is कि एक normal cycle मध्ये every period has to be between 21 to 36 days. If that is not happening, it is abnormal. Okay, you cannot have your period after every 15 days. If that is happening, you have to go and see a gynecologist, right? The amount of bleeding that is happening, खूप excessive bleeding होत असेल every hour, every 2 hours if you're changing your pad, that is not a good sign at all. You have to get that checked. It's not normal. If your pain is so much that you can't get up and move, or if you can't do your daily activities, right, that is abnormal as well. That needs to be also shown. राईट. सो इट्स सुपर इम्पॉर्टंट की तुम्हाला नॉर्मल आणि ॲबनॉर्मलमध्ये काय फरक आहे हे कळायला पाहिजे. आणि द मोमेंट यू सी अ पॅटर्न शिफ्ट, यू हॅव टू बी एबल टू गो अँड टॉक टू द डॉक्टर, राईट. सो आय जस्ट वॉन्टेड टू टॉक अ लिटल मोर अबाउट सिम्पटम आणि सिम्पटम मॅनेजमेंट, बिकॉज देर कॅन बी क्वेश्चन्स अराउंड पेन होतं तर काय करायला पाहिजे किंवा डायजेशनचे इश्यूज होतात तर काय करायला पाहिजे, राईट. So can somebody help me here with, even parents for example, कि if an athlete is complaining about some symptoms, काय symptoms बद्दल complaints येतात generally? Can somebody help me with that? What kind of symptoms do athletes talk to you about? तुमच्या मुली कशाबद्दल बोलतात? Products बद्दल काही प्रश्न असतात का? Anything? Any symptoms? Yes.
She is my daughter only, Kavya, yeah. So तिचं पोट खूप दुखतं. I mean, it is like she can't sit, she can't stand, she can't walk during periods. And before that also, as she said, she gets severe cramps and back pain, legs pain, and pimples येतात मोठे मोठे. So, but during period, first 2 days, it's like horrible. It's not possible for her to walk, to sit. It's like horrible.
Okay, okay. Anybody else? Anything on symptoms? डोकं दुखतं का कोणाचं? मायग्रेन किंवा डोकं दुखणे असं काही कोणाला? नाही? Anything else other than pain? Any other symptoms? Has anybody felt any of those? No? Okay, cool. So बेसिकली जनरली आपण जेव्हा बघतो पिरियड्समध्ये यू हॅव दीज आर सम ऑफ द क्रिटिकल सिम्पटम्स जे रिसर्चमध्ये स्पेशली फिमेल ॲथलीट रिसर्चमध्ये खूप दिसतात. वन इज ऑफकोर्स मेन्स्ट्रुअल पेन अँड आय टॉक टू यू अबाउट दॅट मॅम की हाऊ डू यू मॅनेज दिस पेन अँड वेन इज द राईट टाईम टू मे बी इवन हॅव अ चॅट विथ युअर डॉक्टर अबाउट इट, right? But pain, excessive bleeding, diarrhea is very, very normal. Lot of girls have loose motions during this time as well, because your whole thing is crunching and there are a lot of things happening near the stomach, right? So diarrhea असणं पण खूप normal आहे या ह्याच्यामध्ये. Lack of sleep mainly because, आणि हे research मध्ये actually आम्ही badminton world federation बरोबर जी research केली त्याच्यात actually हे सापडलंय की lot of elite athletes don't sleep well during their cycle. And when you don't sleep well, you don't recover properly, and त्या fatigue मध्ये you can't play properly. So sleep is affected a lot of times for athletes, and त्याचे reasons बरेच असू शकतात. It can be pain, it can also be staining, that you're afraid that you would stay in the bed, or you're afraid that you're in a hotel and you don't want to stay in the bed, you don't sleep properly, right? So sleep, lack of sleep is another symptom that we find. What about rashes? Have athletes have rashes चा हा कधी problem कोणी सांगितला आहे का किंवा have felt because of their pads or because of anything like that? Anybody has any issues with rashes? How many of you use cups here? Menstrual cups किती लोक वापरतात? Okay, there is one in the room. बाकी सगळे, everybody uses pads? Everybody is on a pad? Okay, so we are a pad first group. All right. So, pain साठी ma'am, I mean there are basically the first response मी म्हणतो is more around nutrition and what you eat, right? Magnesium म्हटलं जातं is actually a very good source of helping with the pain. So magnesium चे tablets पण मिळतात and you can have a supplement on magnesium that generally helps. The second thing is omega-3 rich food is very important. Omega-3 मध्ये you can even have fish, for example. Fish is a very good source. Zinc rich foods are very important. या सगळ्या गोष्टी in terms of nutrition can be very useful. Dry fruits are very, very good for you as well, right? Also TENS एक device मिळते, right? TENS device म्हणतात त्याला. So that device is basically put on your stomach, आणि ते stomach वर तुम्ही टाकल्यावर it basically massages that part, and the resistance is not so much की तुम्हाला त्याच्यामुळे काही फार injury होण्याची शक्यता आहे. So TENS device is another device that can be used for your period and back pain, right? Yoga actually has, even scientifically, yoga and basically basic sort of exercise in yoga has been another way of managing pain. याच्यावर Simply Sportच्या YouTube channelवर आम्ही each phase साठी कुठले yoga exercises करायला पाहिजेत ते टाकलेले आहेत. So if you want to use that as a resource, that can be used as well. But yoga is also very, very great in terms of Anybody takes medications here for pain? Great. Medications घेतात कोणी? Okay. So in terms of painkillers, you just have to be careful about two things. Overdosing nako, right? A lot of young girls actually take 2 or 3 tablets in a day. Patkan, they just pop the pills. Please don't do that. The second thing is, when you take your pills, you have to make sure about the doping regulations. Lot of young girls take over-the-counter pills and they don't know what is the sort of thing in it. आणि ते आपल्या doping किंवा वाडामध्ये आले असतील समजा, right? Whatever the ingredients are, that can put you in trouble. So it's very important when you look at painkillers, there is nothing wrong with them if it is not overdosing yourself, but you have to just check the ingredients of these tablets, because that can cause trouble. So make sure that you talk to your gynec about that. Make sure that your coach is aware about it. कि आपण कुठले pill pop करतोय, to make sure that the pain is less, right? So pain, of course, there is contraception and hormonal pills सुद्धा असतात. So one of the things that ma'am, you're saying कि for her it is difficult to get up and do her regular activities. It's always good to have a gynecology sort of an exploration here, because a gynecologist can just ensure that it is not something outside of a period, right? म्हणजे period pain, what the gynecologist will always tell you is की तुम्हाला आपल्या सगळ्या normal activities करता यायला पाहिजेत, right? And if it is hindrance, if the pain is a hindrance to that, it's always important to get it checked, right? So maybe check up with a gynecologist when the pain is so much that she is really struggling. It's important that you do that checkup just to ensure that it is nothing outside of normal. Yeah? Okay. Even when it comes to excessive bleeding, right? Excessive bleeding म्हणजे काय? If you are using maybe 3 pads in on your period day, you suddenly go to say 6 pads in a day, right? त्याच्यामध्ये you know that something has changed. It is not you're not supposed to bleed that much. ओके, यू शुड बी ओके विथ 5 to 6 pads a day. त्याच्यावरती समजा तुम्हाला पॅड्स लागत असतील, सो देर इज अ चेक दॅट यू नीड टू डू. दिस ऑल्सो इज कॉल्ड समथिंग लाईक एंडोमेट्रिओसिस. हा टर्म नवीन आहे. हा टर्म जनरली आपण गायनोकॉलॉजिस्ट आणि ह्यांच्यावर ते काढत नाहीत, पण एंडोमेट्रिओसिसमध्ये एक्सेसिव्ह पेन आणि एक्सेसिव्ह ब्लिडिंग हे दोन्हीचं कॉम्बिनेशन असू शकतं, राईट. सो ब्लिडिंग हॅज टू बी चेक. त्याच्यासाठी पण मेडिकेशन्स, अगेन ट्रॅकिंग बिकम्स इम्पॉर्टंट, कारण तुम्हाला माहिती असायला पाहिजे नॉर्मल ब्लिडिंग वर्सेस एबनॉर्मल ब्लिडिंग ऑल्सो, राईट. सो एक्सेसिव्ह ब्लिडिंग इज अन इम्पॉर्टंट सिम्पटम टू गेज अँड अंडरस्टँड. डायरिया, लाईक आय सेड, इज नॉर्मल. आपल्याला जेव्हा लूज मोशन्स होतात, हायड्रेटिंग युअर सेल्फ बेटर, right, making sure that you are not eating too much of sugar, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, you know, all of these things have to be avoided. Eating the right food during these times becomes super important, right. Spicy avoid karne, so on and so forth. Rashes, आता I know that lot of you have said ki तुम्हाला rashes चा issue होत नाही, but a lot of athletes face rashes because of the summer and you know the constant churning of your leg, right, आणि infections होणे, right. Girls are more prone to UTIs as well because we don't have clean toilets most of the time, आणि आपल्याकडे पाणी नसतं टॉयलेट्समध्ये, आणि when you are on your period you don't use your toilets, you don't want to use your toilets, and that causes infections, right. So making sure that you keep that area clean. Lot of girls actually use these different creams which are scented. Lavenderचं सेंट असतो आणि सेंट असतो किंवा रोज सेंटचा असतो. Near your vagina you never use anything scented. It has to be very medically proven. जो पण product use करताय, when you use something which is scented किंवा अशा गोष्टी, it can cause infections. So be very clear की आपल्याला generally cleaning of your private parts has to be done by simple cold water. एवढंच इम्पॉर्टंट असतं. त्याच्यावर तुम्हाला बाकी काही पावडर आणि या गोष्टी लावण्याची गरज नसते. सो बी व्हेरी क्लिअर अबाउट दॅट की तुम्ही फॉर इन्फेक्शन्स व्हॉट आर यू डुईंग, व्हॉट सॉर्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्ट्स यू आर युझिंग. मेक शुअर दे आर सेंड टू यू बाय अ गायनोकोलॉजिस्ट, राईट. ओके, कॅन वी आयडेंटिफाय these आर ऑल पिरियड प्रोडक्ट्स. व्हॉट इज दिस? येलो इकडे आहे ते काय? कप, राईट. This everybody knows what this is, a pad, right. What is this? What is this? So I don't know, I can't hear all of you, but period panties आता मार्केटमध्ये आलेले आहेत. For athletes actually it has become a blessing, especially athletes who do not bleed so much are actually using period panties. आणि पिरियड पॅन्टीज आर अ ग्रेट रिसोर्स की इन टर्म्स ऑफ इन्फेक्शन्स किंवा रॅशेस न येणे. अँड यू हॅव डिफरंट काइंड्स ऑफ पिरियड पॅन्टीज फॉर डिफरंट लेवल ऑफ ब्लीडिंग ऑल्सो टुडे इन द मार्केट, right. So period panties is a product that is used. That of course there is a tampon, right. Tampon is something that actually is inserted inside the vagina. A lot of athletes may not be comfortable with it in the beginning, but that is also a great resource to avoid any rashes, because pads can cause you a lot of rashes because of all the churning that happens, right. So there are these products that are available in the market today. Okay, and like I said, you know, in terms of why you need to and when you need to see a doctor, please ensure that या गोष्टी समजा घडत असतील की you are changing your pads every 2 hours, right. खूप पेन आहे, तुम्हाला आपल्या नॉर्मल ॲक्टिव्हिटीज करता येत नाही आहेत. पिरियड्स 15 वर्षाचे झाले आहात पण पिरियड स्टार्ट नाही झाले, राईट. दॅट इज नॉट अ गुड साईन. दॅट हॅज टू बी चेक्ड, राईट. 3 महिने तुमचे पिरियड आलेले नाहीत. ओके, एनीबडी हिअर हू इज हॅव्हिंग अ इररेग्युलर पिरियड? असं कोणी आहे का की त्यांचे पिरियड चालू झालेत आणि थांबलेत? Anybody experiencing that? No, that's great, because a lot of athletes actually जेव्हा they train too hard and they are not eating properly, त्यांचे period थांबून जातात. आणि that is a bad sign, because once you lose your period, तुमच्या बॉडीमध्ये जो सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचा हॉर्मोन असतो त्याला म्हणतात एस्ट्रोजन, आणि एस्ट्रोजन actually helps with bone health. So your bones become stronger when you have estrogen in your body, and estrogen body मध्ये कमी झालं की you are going to have injuries, right. So it's very, very useful to know that every month तुमचा period यायलाच पाहिजे, right. So these are some of the signs and signals for having making sure that you are having a normal period. Now just some things for the parents here, right. One thing is that समजा तुमची मुलगी येऊन तुम्हाला सांगते की मला पिरियड्स आहेत आणि मला नाही खेळायचंय, प्लीज डू नॉट अटॅक हर बाय सेइंग लुक ॲट दॅट ॲथलीट, तिचे पण पिरियड चालू आहे आणि ती खेळते, तुला काय प्रॉब्लेम आहे. That's not the right approach. You have to acknowledge the fact that a period is different for different athletes, right? And it has its own cycle. It changes with every age that you go through, right? And it is not a weakness. If she's telling you there is a problem, it's actually a good thing for you so that you can help her manage her symptom better. So don't please tell her that period is a weakness or accepting that she's not playing because of a period is a problem. Tracking her cycle is very important. It is a very important thing to track your cycle, your symptoms through the months, through whatever you're doing. जसं मॅम म्हणाले, सायकोलॉजिकली ट्रॅकिंग करायचं आहे, आपल्याला RPE ट्रॅक करायचं आहे, आपल्याला सगळं ट्रॅक करायचं आहे, पण त्याच्यात तुमची सायकल पण एक ट्रॅकिंग इकोसिस्टममध्ये असायलाच पाहिजे, राईट? इट इज अ व्हेरी युजफुल वे टू ट्रॅक युअर हेल्थ. कोचशी बोलणं गरजेचं आहे. इट कॅनॉट बी समथिंग दॅट यू डू ऑन युअर ओन. सो ॲज पेरेंट्स, वेन यू सी दॅट युअर गर्ल इज स्ट्रगलिंग and if she is not comfortable talking to her coach, it's important to have an honest conversation with the coach, because the coach is only going to help you do this better. For example, आता तिला समजा प्रॅक्टिसमध्ये खेळताना खूप दुखत असेल आणि तिच्या त्याच पिरियडच्या वेळेला तिचा मॅच आला, यू कॅनॉट कीप टेलिंग हर की खेळू नकोस, right? And the coach and the athlete has to be able to come up with ways of solving this problem, helping her manage her symptom, right? So coach becomes a very important part of this ecosystem, and clear communication with the coach is very important, right? And like I said, please do not ignore irregular periods. Do not ignore very, very severe symptoms. These are signs that you have to go and seek help from a doctor, right? Again, just for the parents here, there are some of the things that are, these are all natural remedies right now. I am not a gynecologist, so I am not going to give you medical remedies. And any which way, when it comes to periods, when it comes to menstrual health, a gynecologist is your best bet. Please do not talk to anybody else about that in terms of getting what to do with your period issues, right? But just hydration ahe, protein ahe, after every training, right? ट्रेनिंग झाल्या प्रोटीनचं काही ना काही क्वांटिटी खाणे फॉर अ गर्ल इज सुपर इम्पॉर्टंट, राईट? बिकॉज प्रोटीन हेल्प्स विथ बोन हेल्थ. आणि मुलींकडे जनरली बिकॉज ऑफ द पिरियड्स अँड बिकॉज ऑल ऑफ दॅट त्यांचे एस्ट्रोजन लेवल्स ड्रॉप होत असतात आणि त्याच्यामध्ये त्यांना इंजरी होण्याची शक्यता जास्त असते. सो हॅव्हिंग इनफ प्रोटीन इन देअर मील इज व्हेरी व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. आणि लॉट ऑफ टाइम्स मेन्स्ट्रुएशन आणि न्यूट्रिशनचाच प्रॉब्लेम असतो. Because the athlete is not eating properly, she is having menstrual troubles or menstrual irregularities. So as parents, giving her a good plate of food becomes super important to make sure that she is going to be fine with her cycle. I have already spoken about this, but today there are amazing apps, amazing things that you can do in terms of tracking your cycle. Some of the apps out there are ultra human. For example, there is Flow, FLO, Flow is a very good one. Simply Berry म्हणून आम्ही पण आमची एक ॲप चालवतो, which basically helps athletes track their cycles. आम्ही monthly reports बनवतो त्याचे. ते reports parents, coaches आणि athleteला मिळतात, so that they know what are the sort of trends that are coming out with their cycle and training, right? But ट्रॅकिंगचे आजकाल इनफ जर्नल्स, इनफ ॲप्स अवेलेबल आहेत विच कॅन बी यूज टू ट्रॅक प्रॉपरली अँड इझिली, राईट? नाव लॉट ऑफ टाइम्स वी गेट दिस क्वेश्चन की ट्रेनिंग, आय जस्ट हॅव लास्ट 5 minutes. लॉट ऑफ टाइम्स वी गेट दिस क्वेश्चन की वेन यू आर ऑन युअर पिरियड खेळायचं की नाही खेळायचं, राईट? But the answer, simple answer to this question is that you have to be able to do at least some activity, right? आपण खेळ थांबवू शकत नाही. इट कॅनॉट बी दॅट वी कम्प्लिटली स्टॉप प्लेईंग. इफ यू आर, लाईक आय सेड, इफ यू आर हॅव्हिंग सो मच पेन की तुम्हाला उठता येत नाही आहे, चालता येत नाही आहे, देन दिस इज अ प्रॉब्लेम दॅट हॅज टू बी सॉल्व्ड थ्रू हेल्प, राईट? बट द आयडिया हॅज टू बी की लाईट ट्रेनिंग, लाईट टेक्निकवर काम करणं. Just if you can't play your full sort of session, come and do some technique, do some standing strokes, do some strength training, which doesn't involve a lot of strain on your back or on your, on your period. पण काही ना काही activity करणं गरजेचं आहे. It is actually said in research कि if you are more active during your period days, you actually have lesser symptoms and lesser pain, right? So completely stop karna is not the solution. There has to be some activity that you do, and ideally actually if you're tracking your cycle better, if you're managing your symptom better, you have a plan to manage your symptoms better, you don't have to be absent from training, right? As elite athletes, as athletes who want to compete, we have to learn to basically work with your period, right? It is symptom management, not period management, right? Okay, and last thing I just want to say to the athletes here, please have extreme open conversations with your coaches, right? They are your best bet here in terms of helping you understand your bodies better and modifying your training accordingly as well. Right? So, and also using the right terminology is important. A lot of time athletes go to a coach and say, माझं पोट दुखतंय, किंवा आज मला काय मी आज नीट खाल्लेलं नाहीये, किंवा मला आज वीक वाटतंय. Just tell him that you're on your period. त्यांना खरं खरं सांगणं खूप गरजेचं आहे. प्रॉपर टर्मिनॉलॉजी वापरणं खूप गरजेचं आहे. The more you talk to them freely, the more they will be able to help you. Right? The other thing that is very important is educate yourselves as well. आज आमच्या काळी आमच्याकडे YouTube आणि सोशल मीडिया आणि या सगळ्या गोष्टी नव्हत्या. पण आता there are resources available which you can use to just learn about your bodies better. Right? So स्वतःला educate करणं खूप महत्त्वाचं आहे about how our bodies work and how we can optimize our bodies for performance. Right? So open, honest conversations with your coaches is very important, and the same goes to parents, even the fathers here. Right? If the girl becomes comfortable with the father, mostly she's surrounded by male coaches, right? So if it is a norm at home, it becomes an easier thing for her to go outside in the world and talk to her male coach about it as well, right? So having open, solid conversations about things that you're not comfortable with your girls is going to empower them to take proper decisions, right? And take the right decisions in sport. Right? So communication is the starter point for all of these things that we consider taboo a lot of times, right? And you can come up with solutions because of that. One of the good resources that we have made, and this is available on the Simply Sport website, we call it the Simply Period Handbook. ही हँडबुक आम्ही लिव्हरपूल जॉन मूर्स युनिव्हर्सिटी बरोबर बनवली आहे. इट्स अ स्पोर्ट्स सायन्स युनिव्हर्सिटी. इट्स बिन अराउंड फॉर 50 years. We have also collaborated with the Badminton World Federation to be able to make this handbook. He freely available ahe. You can get a PDF, you can just print it out. It can be a great conversation starter at home, and especially for the coaches also. It can be a resource that can be used. And आम्ही ह्याच्यामध्ये खूप fun गोष्टी केल्यात. म्हणजे we have used comics, we have not made it very serious. Simple language वापरली आहे. So this can be a great resource for everything to understand about your period and how to manage your periods better. Right? So I will end it at this. If there are any questions or if you want to talk about anything, I'll be around here. And Jyoti, if you can come, I'm sorry, I think I've extended the time by a little bit, but we can answer your questions now if there are any. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being patient with the last session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aditi. We're going to have a question answer session. We are being joined by Jyoti, Radhika, as well as Swaroop. So they will all be here as a panel in order to talk on all the questions that you have for Jyoti as well as Aditi. If you have questions for Swaroop, he can help down as well. So if you have questions, we have a mic there, as well as just wait for the mic to come to you so they can hear what you're saying. And I hand it over to you guys.
One question for Aditi. Aditi, I've been training girls for a while now. What type of training you suggest for girls during periods? Normally I have been thinking, or I have read a lot, so we do a lot of strength training that time and maybe some reaction training. Those two things we work on, endurance, agility, all we try to. So whether it is right or what should be the general protocol?
Thank you sir for the question. So like I was saying की जेव्हा आपले periods चालू असतात, so there is every athleteचा एक तर experience वेगळा आहे, right? For some athletes, like we have in the room, there is a lot of pain, there is a lot of struggle. But for some athletes it's absolutely normal आणि त्यांना काहीच pain किंवा struggle नसतो, right? So generally for athletes where there is no pain and struggle, there is no problem in sort of continuing with whatever they are comfortable with during that time, right? There is no point sort of maneuvering too much if the athlete is comfortable. But athletes who are citing ki त्यांना pain होतोय किंवा you know they are in trouble or they are not feeling 100%, generally what tends to help a lot is, you know, working on their technique where they don't have to move around a lot, do a lot of jumping and agility exercises. Generally things like, just sort of doing some very simple running and simple drills, ज्याच्यामध्ये खूप change of direction किंवा अशा गोष्टी नाही आहेत. But it's very it's not too impactful on the body. Also things like lot of core training during that time. For example, I used to bleed a lot आणि मी सांगायचे नाही कोचला from the point of view की if I tell this and my opponent used to be training with me, तर ती तर करते training आणि मी करत नाहीये. So I was not ready to accept that and I used to push myself too hard for a core session, for example. आणि त्याच्यामुळे मला त्याच्यानंतर 2 दिवस जास्त त्रास व्हायचा. So it's important की too much of core किंवा wherever the stomach sort of exercises आपण avoid करू शकलो, that it might be useful during this time as well. But I feel एक general activity करणं खूप गरजेचं आहे. When girls completely taken off, right, that actually makes it even worse in terms of pain management.
Neuromuscular training can also help. Neuromuscular basic balance and all those things can help.
Thank you for those lovely presentations. I'd like to ask the physio and as well as the athletes, what is the role of ice baths and sports massages? So how often when our girls are starting to compete more, they're going at higher levels, then should these be regular? How often? What is their role? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question. So like I mentioned in my last slide, these are all recovery techniques. Okay, now whether it has to be an ice bath or whether it has to be a massage, it's actually again very individualistic. Like some people, they will recover well with a massage. Some people just hate an ice bath. So there is no point in like pushing them for an ice bath. But some people their bodies will get accustomed to the ice bath. So these things have to be sort of tried, and again documentation is why I'm stressing it so much, that again you will know when to do this when they are like in that phase where they're overtraining. When you see that graph that they have been on that RP scale or that fatigue index, they have been pushing themselves at a stretch, because now that we are talking about the period, maybe it's like post that period cycle. During the period cycle, the training has been a little easy. The coach wants to push it. So the next week or so, it's been a little hard. And the whole thing, so it's based on how much the body is tired. Will you recommend this? But yes, it is all important to do it, because that's how your bodies will recover faster. Okay? I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, I also wanted to just add, like similar to what she's saying. For example, when I used to get a massage, I would have a lot of bruising. So that also is for a lot of athletes, very hard massages can actually bruise the body. And it may not be the ideal way to recover, for example. The other thing about, for example, ice baths is that a lot of athletes, when they go abroad and you see, athletes in the pool, for example, being in water is another way of recovering. But a lot of Indian athletes, so this was told to us by one of the physiotherapists, that, I would tell the athletes, Indian athletes, to go into the pool. With their clothes or whatever they're comfortable with, but they would say no. And I would ask them कि क्यों नहीं बोल रहे हो यार? So they would say कि I'm on my period, so I can't go into the water. So the period should not actually become a problem in water or in the ice actually, because it's fine to be in the water even when you're on your period, right? So that is another connection that is there, that you have to, it's something that you don't have to avoid at all actually in terms of recovery if you are comfortable with it. But I think like everything else, it's very important to try and test what works for your body and only then do it, and not do it because somebody else is doing it.
Hi. I have a question. माझे ॲक्च्युली 2 क्वेश्चन्स आहेत. फर्स्ट इज की जी मुलं आत्ता नवीन म्हणजे लाईक त्यांना पिरियड स्टार्ट होतील, ते जर कोर्टवरती येतील, म्हणजे ॲक्च्युली मलाही तेवढं नॉलेज नाही आहे आणि ते मुलं बऱ्याच टाईमला मला सांगतही नसतात की त्यांनाही आयडिया नसते की काय कसं करायचं. तर काही सायन्स असतात की त्याच्यावरून मला कळालं पाहिजे की हां ही फेज आहे, या टाईमला काय करायचं. ओके, हा एक क्वेश्चन. दुसरा क्वेश्चन, बऱ्याच मुलींचे मूड स्विंग्स होत असतात मॅचमध्ये, प्रॅक्टिसमध्ये. मूड स्विंग हां, तर त्याच्यासाठी काही पर्टिक्युलर एक्सरसाइज आहेत की त्याच्यावरून आपल्याला त्यांना वर्क करता येईल, की आतापासून जर मॅचमध्ये उद्या चालून जर झालं तर त्या टाईमला असं अननोनली नाही की आता काय करायचं, तर त्याच्या आधीच आम्हाला इथून स्टार्ट करता येईल की एक्सरसाइज घेता येईल. असे 2 क्वेश्चन आहेत, प्लीज आन्सर. थँक्यू.
आय थिंक मूड स्विंगसाठी आपल्याकडे एक्सपर्ट आहेत आणि अँड यू नो आय पास ऑन द माईक टू हिम ॲज वेल. पण पहिल्या प्रश्नासाठी की यू नो खूप लहान जेव्हा मुली असतात राईट, पहिली गोष्ट समजायची हे महत्त्वाची असते की तुमचा जो सायकल जेव्हा तुम्ही जस्ट स्टार्ट करता तो नॉर्मल नसतो. लॉट ऑफ टाइम्स ॲथलीट्सला 1 महिना पिरियड होतो आणि मग 3 महिने होत नाही, मग 4थ्या महिन्यात परत होतो, कारण द बॉडी इज ॲक्च्युली गेटिंग यूज टू इट. सो पहिल्या जेव्हा जस्ट प्युबर्टी हिट होणं म्हणजे जेव्हा पहिली मेनार्की जेव्हा तुमची होते, इट टेक्स 2 years टू स्टेबलाइज द सायकल. सो ॲज अ कोच इट्स इम्पॉर्टंट टू अंडरस्टँड की असं होणार आहे की इरेग्युलर असू शकते सायकल. लॉट ऑफ ॲथलीट्स कॅन फेस अ लॉट ऑफ पेन बिकॉज इट्स अ न्यू थिंग फॉर देम, अ न्यू थिंग फॉर देअर बॉडी राईट. सो पहिले म्हणजे ते की पहिले जेव्हा जस्ट यंग ॲथलीट्स असतात तेव्हा जनरली सिम्पटम्स खूप हाय असतील असंही नसतं. म्हणजे दे विल बी जस्ट रेग्युलरायझिंग देअर सायकल. त्यांना 2 वर्ष जनरली लागतात टू बी एबल टू रेग्युलराइज. दुसरा प्रश्न म्हणजे विच आय सी मिसिंग आउट इन द इकोसिस्टम इज दॅट कोचेस जेव्हा प्रोफाइलिंग करतात, वेन अ यंग ॲथलीट कम्स टू यू आणि तुम्ही जे तिला प्रश्न विचारतात त्याच्यामध्ये वी मिस आउट ऑन आस्किंग अबाउट देअर मेन्स्ट्रुअल हिस्ट्री. तो प्रश्न विचारलाच जात नाही की तुमचे पिरियड चालू झालेत का, तुमचे पिरियड नॉर्मल आहेत का. आणि या क्वेश्चनेअरला आय अंडरस्टँड दॅट ॲज अ मेल कोच इट्स अ सेन्सिटिव्ह थिंग. सो इट्स इम्पॉर्टंट दॅट द पेरेंट इज ऑल्सो इन्वॉल्ड इन दिस क्वेश्चनिंग. जेव्हा तुम्ही हे प्रश्न विचारतात किंवा हे फॉर्म फिल केला जातो, पेरेंटला कॉन्फिडन्समध्ये घेऊन समजा हा फॉर्म फिल केला गेला, सो इट हेल्प्स यू टू मेक अ नॉलेजेबल डिसिजन की अच्छा ओके सो दिस गर्ल हॅज स्टार्टेड विथ अ पिरियड किंवा या मुलीचा अजून पिरियड चालू झालेला नाही आहे राईट. सो प्रोफाइलिंग इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट आणि मॅम पण त्याच्याबद्दल बोलत होत्या की यू हॅव टू प्रोफाईल युअर ॲथलीट टू बी एबल टू अंडरस्टँड तिची हिस्ट्री काय आहे. द सेकंड थिंग इज रिसर्च सजेस्ट की तुम्ही सायकलच्या हिशोबाने ट्रेनिंग सिंक करणं इज युजफुल की नाही हे ह्याच्यावर रिसर्च क्लिअर नाही आहे. सो काहीही तुम्हाला कोणी बोलत असेल की लुटियल फेजमध्ये तुम्ही अशीच ट्रेनिंग केली पाहिजे आणि फॉलिक्युलर फेजमध्ये अशीच ट्रेनिंग केली पाहिजे, देर इज नॉट इनफ सायन्स टू प्रूव्ह दॅट. ओके, पण व्हॉट इज इम्पॉर्टंट टू अंडरस्टँड इज की तरीही ट्रॅकिंगमधनं तुम्हाला जे ट्रेंड सापडतील ना तुमच्या इंडिव्हिज्युअल ॲथलीटचे, की PMSच्या वेळेला फॉर एक्झाम्पल तिचं बॅक पेन वाढतं आणि तुम्हाला हे माहिती असेल की तुमची ॲथलीट आत्ता PMSच्या स्टेजवर जवळ आलेली आहे, तिची टॉर्नामेंट तेव्हा येणार आहे. सो इफ यू कॅन प्रिपेअर हर बेटर मेंटली आणि हॅव सम सिम्पटम मॅनेजमेंट टेक्निक्स दॅट शी हॅज यूज्ड फॉर दॅट, शी विल बी बेटर प्रिपेअर्ड फॉर दॅट टॉर्नामेंट. सो व्हॉट आय एम ट्राईंग टू गेट टू इज की अशा फेजमध्ये असं करूया असं नसतं आणि त्याच्यामध्ये तुम्हाला इंडिव्हिज्युअलाइज करायला लागतं अकॉर्डिंग टू दॅट ॲथलीट अँड हर रिॲक्शन टू डिफरंट पार्ट्स ऑफ द सायकल ऑफ हर, म्हणजे मेन्स्ट्रुअल सायकलचे डिफरंट फेजेसवर जसे जे रिॲक्शन होते त्या हिशोबाने त्याला मॅन्युवर करायला लागतं. आणि त्याच्यामुळे रिसर्च इन फिमेल ॲथलीट हेल्थ खूप स्पार्स असते कारण इट इज सो कॉम्प्लिकेटेड. देर इज नो जनरलाइज रूल की तुम्ही अशा धाड गोष्टी कराल की संपला विषय, आपण कॉन्क्वर केलं. मुली कॉम्प्लिकेटेड आहेत आणि म्हणून ते स्पेशल पण आहेत. मूड स्विंग्स, येस मूड स्विंग्स.
हॅलो, ऑन द डे ऑफ वुमन्स डेच्या दिवशी माझी बायको समज आत्ता असती तर हे नक्की सांगू शकतो की अजून 20 वर्ष झाली 25 वर्ष झाली पण तिचे मूड स्विंग्स मी काही मॅनेज नाही करू शकलो. सो आय थिंक सो द फर्स्ट थिंग इज टू रिस्पेक्ट द मूड स्विंग्स. आय थिंक सो वी टेंड टू फॉरगेट दॅट. कुठेतरी मी बघितलं की एस्पेशली प्रॅक्टिसच्या वेळेला तर आपण हे मॅनेज करू शकतो, पण व्हॉट इफ प्लेयर हॅज गॉन इन टू अ टुर्नामेंट आणि तिकडे सडनली यु नो पिरियड्स आले. बऱ्याच वेळेला पेरेंट्स असं म्हणतात की नाही त्यामधनं नाहीतरी ते होणारच आहे, त्यामधनं पुश करायला पाहिजे आणि तरी तसं नीट खेळायला पाहिजे. सो आय थिंक सो वी हॅव टू डिफरन्शिएट ॲज शी वॉज सेईंग की वी हॅव टू डिफरन्शिएट बिटवीन अ डेव्हलपिंग बॉडी अँड अ स्टेबल पोस्ट ग्रोथ बॉडी. त्यामध्ये फरक आहे पिरियड्सचे चेंजेस जास्त होत असतात इन ॲडोलेसंट पिरियड. सो मुलीला पण पहिल्यांदा कळत असतं काय होतं आहे. शी ऑल्सो इज नॉट अवेअर ऑफ द मूड स्विंग दॅट इज हॅपनिंग टू देम. चिडचिडापणा, इरिटेबिलिटी, बॉडी इज ऑब्व्हियसली चेंजिंग. सो त्याच्यानी ऑफकोर्स परफॉर्मन्सवर फरक पडणारच आहे. सो इदर अ कोच नॉर पेरेंट शुड ट्राय अँड क्रिएट दॅट काइंड ऑफ हे की बाबा तरी पुश करून फाईट करून खेळायला पाहिजे. नो ॲथलीट वॉन्ट्स टू प्ले बॅडली. दे आर ऑब्व्हियसली डुईंग दॅट, पण दे आर ऑल्सो नॉट रिअलायझिंग वॉट इज हॅपनिंग टू देम. सो हे माइंडफुलनेस असणं हे फार मला वाटतं महत्त्वाचं आहे. नाहीतर मग त्यांना गिल्ट वाटायला लागतं की अरे मला पिरियड झाले, अँड देन दॅट बिकम्स अ बिगर इशू बिकॉज एव्हरी टाईम मग इट इज अ इक्वेशन दॅट हॅपन्स दॅट इफ आय एम हॅव्हिंग पिरियड्स आय एम नॉट गोइंग टू परफॉर्म वेल. बट इट इज नॉट नेसेसरली सो. A period of time comes when they start knowing how to balance and manage. So I think so that is a very important part of it. Second is during practice, whenever you see that a girl especially is too irritable, anxious, not moving the way she normally does, getting angry or I think so it's important that rather than immediately reacting, that you first understand kadachit ye period चालू असतील का. Ask the parent की period चालू आहेत का. I think so that conversation helps for you as a coach to understand what the ground situation is. कारण की एकदा समज तुम्ही चिडला, again the impact is very negative on the child. Right? So I think so तो negative experience कमीत कमी येणं especially in young children is much more important. Right? So हे 2-3 गोष्टी आपण डोक्यात ठेवू शकतो.
Normalizing these things in the training, trying all of these things, ice bath, massage, all these questions, all of these will be answered if again हे training मध्ये तुम्ही normalize केलंय and you know the individual काय कसं respond करतंय to these things. मग हे tournament मध्ये सोपं होऊन जातं.
Hi, I'm Bela. I train with Hemant sir. And hi everyone on the panel. A question to Aditi. See, all of us, we play. Luckily, I don't have so much pain or discomfort when I'm on my cycle. But that is again subjective to where I am. Ghari aahe, familiar environments, I can manage that. Or even a tournament. But I want to ask, travel. How do you manage that? Because I travel alone and I have to be alert and all that, especially, and then you're fatigued also. How do you approach those 2-3 days of travel maybe or post? Because ghari astana, it's controlled. Tournament astana, that still you know ki ithe asa hai, you have your physios, doctors, management, all of that. This 2-3 days of travel, jet lag, time differences, that's how do you approach that and go about that? That's what I want to know.
Okay. So just to reiterate your question, so the question is that if you have your period during your travel, is that the question?
Or about to. About to or having during.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So how do you manage your body better during that time?
Yes.
Okay. म्हणजे are you asking about, I mean, is there discomfort in terms of pain or is it more mental? Like what is the symptoms that you sort of have?
It's more mental. You are more irritable, fatigued, less of sleep because you wake up at different times, you go to different times, you reach the hotel at different times, you haven't slept for maybe 12-13 hours. So nutrition wise or like recovery wise, how do you go about it?
So when it comes to travel, I just feel the number one thing is to have a period care kit. So what I mean by a period care kit is that having the right pads and all of that, whatever products that you use. The second part of it is like I've said, iron rich, magnesium rich ज्या गोष्टी आहेत त्या आपल्या बॅगेत असणं फार गरजेचं आहे. And today you get a lot of these nutrition bars and things like that which can be useful to be able to quickly pop when you're traveling. कारण maybe having a perfect sort of plate on an airport is impossible, right? But having these magnesium rich kind of content food किंवा iron rich content food आजकाल खूप छान या bars किंवा या अशा kind काइंड्स ऑफ इवन सप्लिमेंट्स मिळतात विच कॅरिंग विथ यू कॅन बी सुपर इम्पॉर्टंट. द थर्ड थिंग आय फील इज अ लॉट ऑफ अस जस्ट डोंट हायड्रेट वेन वी ट्रॅव्हल. आय मीन that's been my experience as well, ki we just don't drink enough water, right? And a lot of times just that actually impacts the way our cycle works or the way we feel mentally or physically, right? So hydrating can be important. Techat if you feel ki just drinking plain water is not as easy for you, put up some sort of a glucon D kiva electrol kiva something like that in your bag which you can just put in your water and have, because I think while traveling, because the meals fluctuate so much, having those small sort of, like every 2 hours, every 3 hours, 1 bar, some sort of an electrol drink or something like that can be useful. I think sleep becomes extremely important for the body when you're jet lagged, right? And I used to do that, for example, when I was traveling आणि मला गेल्या 10 वाजता प्रॅक्टिस असते, असं बऱ्याच वेळेला होतं की तुम्हाला तेव्हाच कोट मिळतो. ॲट दॅट पॉईंट, स्पेशली इफ आय एम ऑन माय पिरियड अँड ब्लीडिंग हेविली और समथिंग लाईक दॅट, आय वुड ॲक्च्युली प्रायोरिटाईज माय स्लीप and I would tell my coach ki I want to sleep and I will get to it by the evening. Karan lot of times we actually play around with our sleep, and sleep has come up as one of the most important things to be able to recover properly, right? So I think prioritizing sleep, prioritizing recovery during travel, rather than saying नाही मी एक दिवस आता हे जिम नाही केलं तर काहीतरी होईल का, किंवा मला या टाईमला प्रॅक्टिसला नाही मिळालं तर काही होईल का, काहीही होत नाही. Because we practice so much, just one day of less practice or no practice is not going to change much, right? So I think prioritizing sleep, having those small sort of bars and things like that which are iron rich, magnesium rich, and hydrating yourself, right, can be useful, I think, in terms of just helping you through the travel period, right? So I think these are some of the things that might help. Anybody in the panel wants to add to this? But there is some stuff on the book as well. So if you go on the website and look at the Simply Period handbook, there is some sort of stuff on that which can also be useful. You can read through that.
We'll have the last 2 questions.
Avoiding. नाही सर, असं काही नाही आहे. म्हणजे युज्युअल सॉल्ट, म्हणजे असं काही एव्हिडेन्शियल नाही आहे की तुम्ही सॉल्ट कमी केली ड्युरिंग पिरियड डेज किंवा जनरली इट माइट बी युजफुल, असं काही नाही आहे. जसं नॉर्मल सॉल्ट जेवढी लागते तेवढी घ्यायलाच पाहिजे. म्हणजे दॅट ॲक्च्युली कमी घेणं माइट ॲक्च्युली कॉज अ प्रॉब्लेम इन टर्म्स ऑफ लॅक्टिक ॲसिड आणि थिंग्स लाईक दॅट. या बॅलन्सच हलून जाईल. सो सॉल्टवर असं काही देज नो एव्हिडन्स.
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल थँक्यू सो मच फॉर दिस इन्साइटफुल सेशन. माझे बेसिकली 2 प्रश्न आहेत. आता बरेच हे यंग ॲथलीट्स आहेत, अंडर 12, अंडर 14 एजचे आहेत, ग्रोईंग एज आहे, हाईट वाढते आहे, न्यूट्रिशनल रिक्वायरमेंट वाढत आहेत. जो माझा प्रश्न आहे, आय गेस बेसिकली अदर पॅरेंट्सचा पण असू शकतो, या मुलांचा थ्रूआउट न्यूट्रिशनल पर्स्पेक्टिव्ह कंप्लीट डाएट, म्हणजे ऑल्दो आय अग्री की यांचं प्रत्येकाचं बॉडी वेट डिफरंट आहे, कॉम्पोजिशन डिफरंट आहे, प्लान डिफरंट असला पाहिजे, बट या मुलांना थ्रूआउट डे मुलांनी बेसिकली कसं खाल्लं पाहिजे. आणि ही मुलं खात नाहीत, मेनली त्यांना न्यूट्रिशनल पर्स्पेक्टिव्ह हे खा ते खा म्हटलं नाही म्हणतात. मग तुम्ही सिनियर लोक आहे, त्यांनी या मुलांना जर सांगितलं तर बरं पडेल. सेकंड क्वेश्चन, ड्युरिंग मॅच ही मुलं एक सेट गेला, होप सोडून देतात, किंवा एक चुकीचा कॉल, त्यांनी त्या पॉईंटवरती त्यांचं मेंटल स्टेट तिथे अडकते. मग तुम्ही यांना तुमच्या एक्सपिरियन्सनी सांगा की तिथून बाहेर कसं आलं पाहिजे. आमचे कोचेस त्यावरती भरपूर काम करतात, पण कोचनी सांगितलं आणि तुम्ही ॲक्च्युली सांगितलं, डिफरन्स होईल. थँक्यू सो मच.
थँक्यू. ॲक्च्युली आम्ही चौघही न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट नाही आहोत, सो आम्ही बोलणं इतकं बरोबर नाही ठरणार. आपण हेमंत सरांना सांगूया की एक न्यूट्रिशनवरती पण लेक्चर ठेवायला. पण आय वुड से भुकेची हे वय असतं ना, त्यांना भूकच जास्त लागत असते. सो वॉट जनरली इज ॲडवायजेबल इज टू गिव्ह देम स्मॉल बर्स्ट्समध्ये थोडं थोडं खायला देत राहणं. न्यूट्रिशियस ऑप्शन्स, फ्रूट्स असतील, म्हटल्यासारखं घरचे काही लाडू असतील. सो ऑल दोज थिंग्स विल बी हेल्पफुल. म्हणजे त्यांना थ्रूआउट नरिशमेंट मिळेल. वॉटर इज एक्स्ट्रीमली इम्पॉर्टंट. तर पाणी उन्हाळ्याच्या ह्याच्यामध्ये काय नारळ पाणी वगैरे वगैरे. पण आय थिंक अ न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट विल बी एबल टू पिकअप, कारण प्रत्येकाची परत फूड हॅबिट्स, फूड लाइकिंग्स वेगळे वेगळे असतात. तर न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट काय करतात, ते त्यांचं काय आवडी-निवडी आहेत ते सगळं बघून तुमचं कसं, घरचं कसं आहे, काय जमू शकतं. काही व्हेजिटेरियन असतात, काही नॉन व्हेजिटेरियन असतात. आत्ता इथे पुस्तक ठेवलं आहे ते सगळं व्हीगन डाएटवरती आहे, फॉर हेल्दी दिस थिंग. सो तशा हिशोबाने दे कॅन गाईड यू की काय ऑप्शन्स आहेत ते. आणि तुमचा दुसरा प्रश्न स्वरूप सरांचा.
सी लाईन कॉल किंवा हे, आय जस्ट गिव अ माय पर्स्पेक्टिव्ह. First of all, you cannot control what the opponent does. If the opponent is giving a line call which is, if you can clearly see it is wrong, as a player, I think so it's important that you protest but with the right approach. Right? तेव्हा तुम्ही protest करणं चूक नाही. That is why the referee is there. But if you think it is clearly in and it is out, then you can surely have a proper method by which you protest. राईट. द आन्सर कॅनॉट बी की ओके तुम्ही पण चिटिंग करा, हे नक्की चुकीचं आहे. बिकॉज आय थिंक सो एक दोनदा एका कॉलनी एक प्लेयर समज पुढे गेला, शॉर्ट टर्ममध्ये कदाचित त्या प्लेयरला गेन होईल, लॉंग टर्ममध्ये दॅट प्लेयर इज गोइंग टू लूज. आय एम टेलिंग यू, इन द लॉंग टर्म दीज प्लेयर्स विल नेवर गो अहेड. So I think so you teaching your kids the right values and ethos of playing the game is very critical. How you tell them about this is very important. At the same time, the child has every right to protest in the right manner, right? And how to do that, of course, is a question of age and all that stuff. So मी त्यामध्ये जाणार नाही. But the player should know how to go about it, talk to the judge, talk to the referee in a respectful but clear, firm manner. And third tip मी नक्की देईन, एस्पेशली जेव्हा अंपायर्स नसतात तेव्हा काही झालं तरी प्रत्येक वेळेला स्कोअर कंप्लीट झाला की तो जो काय गेमचा स्कोअर आहे तो मोठ्यांदी लाऊडली बोलायचं. हे ॲज अ रूल हे तुम्ही डोक्यात ठेवाच. आणि मुलाला हे जेव्हाही प्रॅक्टिस मॅचेस खेळतात तेव्हा हे करा. इट बिकम्स अ हॅबिट. इट सेव्स अ लॉट ऑफ ट्रबल ड्युरिंग फ्यू मॅचेस विच कॅन मेक ऑर ब्रेक. राईट. सो दीज आर 2-3.
This is the last question. This is regarding all the dads who are still waiting here. There can be a situation where a dad is traveling with the girl for a tournament. सगळीकडेच आई जाते असं नाही, काही वेळेस वडिलांना पण ट्रॅव्हल करू शकतात. सो माय क्वेश्चन टू अदिती वॉज की इफ द सायकल फॉल्स इन टू दॅट वीक वेअर द डॅड इज ट्रॅव्हलिंग, इज देअर एनी ॲडवाइस दॅट यू कॅन गिव्ह द डॅड सिटिंग इन द रूम?
So I actually in our workshops with male coaches especially जेव्हा मी बसतो तेव्हा पहिला प्रश्न मी त्यांना विचारते की तुमच्या किडबॅगमध्ये पॅड आहे का? आणि a lot of times the answer of course to that question is no. And they all are training female athletes. So the same thing applies for a dad traveling with a girl, that it is very important, like I was telling her, to have a period care kit. A dad should always carry a period care kit with him, right? In terms of making sure ki samja period chalu zale, she's uncomfortable, you have something with you to be able to give her immediately. So that is one. But before that, the preparation for that is communication. This topic has to be dinner table वर बसा. When the girl especially starts her period, if you can all sit together as a family and just discuss this very coolly, हे normal आहे, हे असं आहे, तसं आहे. But again, when I say असं आहे, तसं आहे, the science has to be told correctly. Really, and that means that the dad also has to be able to understand की मी जेव्हा phase म्हणते, follicular phase, luteal phase, it is not just jargon that you're using, but you actually understand what that is. So as fathers, number one is to educate yourselves about female bodies, because that is the only way you can inform your kid about it. The second thing is to be able to communicate with her very easily about these things without sort of, for example, आमच्या काळी when we used to ask dad for the pads, for example, बाबा मला pads घ्यायचेत, तर बाबा सांगायचे नाही ना, आईला सांग, आई घेऊन येईल. Right? That cannot be the answer anymore. And now it is very normal to just go and get a pad and bring it at home like that only, without putting it in a black plastic bag. These are small things that you do as males in the family to normalize this whole situation, right? आणि lastly, हे period care kit हे खूप महत्त्वाचं आहे. Just having that in your bag is actually a sign to your kid that my father is very cool and he doesn't care. मी त्याच्या जाऊन सांगू शकते, मी बोलू शकते, right? Another thing that I want to say, that when you are traveling with your girls in a tournament, most of the times the bed sheets are white. lot of young girls have problems with staining, and how you react to that. I have seen this happening when a girl is traveling with her father and she stains a white bed sheet, the reaction can be either अरे तू वेडी आहेस का असं कसं झालं, to a reaction that अरे बापरे त्या हॉटेलवाल्यांना काय सांगायचं. The moment you show panic to staining a white bedsheet as a father sharing her room with her daughter, she's never going to come back to you and have a conversation on this, and she'll be very not comfortable traveling with you, right? So you should have an answer ready for this. You should have a reaction practice for this ki asa झालं तर मी काय करणार आहे, right? So these are small things, but they go a long way in making daughters more comfortable with fathers, and fathers also becoming closer in terms of being a confidant to them with anything, because it sets the trend for even boyfriends in the future. They should be able to approach you with everything and anything. So I think those are some of the things that might help as fathers.
We have one last question and to end the session.
गुड आफ्टरनून सर्वांना नमस्कार. मॅडम, माझी मुलगी आत्ता 11 वर्षाची आहे. मागील 2 वर्षापासून ती टेनिस खेळते मॅडम. सुरुवातीला पहिलं वर्ष जस्ट एक छंद म्हणून ती खेळत होती. आता ती थोडी सिरियस आहे. नाव शी इज पॅशनेट अबाउट द गेम. पण तिची इम्प्रूव्हमेंट होते किंवा होत नाही, ती टेनिसमध्ये चांगलं खेळते की नाही, हे कसं ओळखायचं ॲज अ पॅरेंट म्हणून. कारण कोचेसला जेव्हा आम्ही विचारतो तेव्हा ते सांगतात ॲज अ टेनिस पार्ट यू कॅन नॉट इंटरफेअर, इट्स आवर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. तर काय पॅरामीटर्स आहेत ते मी कसं ओळखायचं, हा पहिला प्रश्न. आणि एक छोटा दुसरा प्रश्न आहे मॅडम, मॅचेस खेळत असताना पॅरेंट म्हणून आम्ही काय करायला पाहिजे. हॅलो, आवाज येतोय का?
थोडा लांब धरता का?
आवाज येतो माझा?
बेटर.
हॅलो, हां. मुलांनी मॅचेस खेळताना ॲज अ पॅरेंट म्हणून आमचा रोल काय असला पाहिजे, आम्ही काय करायला पाहिजे किंवा काय करायला नको पाहिजे. काही पॅरेंट चिअर करतात मुलांना, काही कुठेतरी दूर उभे राहतात, काही त्या पंचाचा जो अंपायरचा निर्णय असतो त्याला इंटरफेअर करतात. ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी मी बघितल्या मागे 2-3 सामन्यांमध्ये. तर आमचा रोल काय असला पाहिजे मॅडम. आणि तिसरा प्रश्न, आता माझ्या मुलीने किंवा एक पॅरेंट म्हणून what should we do to reach her at best level in tennis in next 2 to 3 years? आम्ही काय केलं पाहिजे, कृपया यावर मार्गदर्शन आपण करावे. धन्यवाद.
जेवढं मला समजलं त्याचं उत्तर देते. सो आय थिंक इट्स अ लाँग प्रोसेस, जसं सुंदर सरांनी पण हे केलं होतं. सो 2-3 वर्षात काही होत नाही. सो इट्स अ लाँग प्रोसेस. आणि जसं मी टुर्नामेंट स्ट्रक्चर आणि हे सगळं तुम्हाला स्टेप बाय स्टेप गाईड केलं होतं. आपलं काम आहे की आपण ॲज पेरेंट्स त्यांना प्रोत्साहन देणं, एनकरेजमेंट देणं, सपोर्ट देणं आणि ती प्रोसेस चालू ठेवणं. रिझल्ट्स आपोआप फॉलो होतील. कष्ट कधी पण वाया जात नाहीत. सो ट्रस्ट द प्रोसेस आणि चालू ठेवा. इट्स अ लॉंग वे, but trust the process.
I think all of us should give a big round of applause to the panel here. And more importantly, give a big round of applause to yourself for having 4 hours on a Sunday, and you have invested a lot of time and effort towards your children. The children also have shown so much patience. I am really proud of the children as well. To end this session, I would request Hemant sir to felicitate all the 4 presenters with a pot of flowers. ₹500 घेतात फोटो मागे. सगळे एकत्र करा. सर तुम्ही मध्ये उभे राहा. नाही नाही मध्ये उभे राहा. मध्ये उभे राहा. दोन या बाजूला दोन त्या बाजूला. चालतंय चालतंय घ्या. Give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for coming, and I'll hope to see you the next session we have around this. Please stay tuned. I'm sure we'll have much more sessions coming up like this. Thank you so much. Those who want the books, please leave your name, your child's name and where they play with the phone number. Okay, so Radhika will get in touch with you and we'll send the books out to you. The books on the vegan diet as well as the vegetarian.